Chapter 2698. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a destructive wave of time exploded. That was Su Yu activating the highest level time master magical treasure he had. At this critical moment, he launched an attack on Xiaohao. Xiaohao was caught off guard and could only resist with the time master magical treasure. In this way, he lost the best opportunity to freeze the phoenixes. The latter roared and rushed him and the 14 mysterious people into the Black Feather Gate. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He was about to close the 2 gates and imprison them in the Netherworld realm forever. However, at this moment, the 14 mysterious people joined forces to perform a secret technique and forcibly held the Black Feather Gate. Xiaohao, you go first. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Xiaohao returned first. Su Yu clenched his 5 fingers and immediately held the Black Feather Gate completely. Before Xiaohao could react, he immediately called back the Black Feather Gate. Su Yu and the others had no time to pay attention to the phoenixes who were fleeing in all directions. They surrounded Xiaohao. Only Xiaohao was left. It would no longer be difficult to deal with them. However, there was only a flicker of ferocity on Xiaohao's face, without the slightest hint of fear. With a pull of his palm, he tore off the cloak behind him, revealing his strong body and the ruler magical treasures hanging all over him. Okay, I will fight all of you alone. Xiaohao threw a Time Master magical treasure backhandedly. Su Yu was not afraid and threw it back. Yanran also joined in. Xiaohao threw another magical treasure into it, and the process kept repeating. The Star Rain Empress and the others watched the destructive Heaven Law Master level ruler magical treasures explode one after another, and they could only retreat with their scalps numb. This was not a battle they were qualified to participate in. The Time Master magical treasures of both sides were consumed at an alarming rate. In the end, they were all exhausted. However, no one could do anything to the other. The defensive formation was rumbling. It was the sound of being overwhelmed. Xiaohao had used up all the Time Master magical treasures, but he still had no fear on his face. Now that you have used up all your Time Master magical treasures, you have nothing left to resist me, right? Xiaohao sneered. It turned out that he had never used the Time Master magical treasure as a trump card. His trump card was something else. He slowly took out a withered wooden scepter. As soon as the scepter was taken out, the whole world seemed to quiet down. The eternal and unchanging time actually became chaotic. The countenances of Empress Star Rain and the others turned pale at the same time as they gazed at the item, and expressions of disbelief and even despair appeared on their faces. Xiaohao laughed coldly. It seems I don't need to introduce it. You've already recognized it. It's the Sovereign's Scepter of Time, right? Hearing this, Su Yu's pupils contracted. The Scepter of Time was the magic treasure of the Time Chief Sovereign's true body. Its quality was so high that it had even attained the level of a quasi-saint artifact. No matter how powerful the Time Ruler's magic treasure in the Time Wilderness was, it was nothing in front of the Time Scepter. It was not worth mentioning. This was Xiaohao's real trump card. Emperor Purple Jade shrieked in despair. Impossible. Why would the Time Sovereign give you the scepter? If that was the case, what was the point of fighting over the Time Dominator? They could just wait for Xiaohao to devour them. Haha, that's why you've lost from the very beginning. Xiaohao smiled coldly. From the very beginning, I've been the Time Dominus' designated successor. What a joke. You bunch of people who are kept in the dark are still desperately struggling. Empress Star Rain found it hard to believe. Why did the Time Dominus do this? Since Xiaohao had been designated as the successor, why did he deceive them for so many years? Why did he force them to fight for this day? Why did he destroy the time domain in the end? Why? Xiaohao held the time scepter and tapped it lightly. An enormous wave of time fluctuations rippled out. Everyone's time was sucked away. Even Su Yu was no exception. In less than half an hour they would all die. However, This was not the full power of the time scepter. It was just a light tap. Xiao Hao laughed loudly. Since you are about to die, I will be merciful and tell you the truth. The so-called replacement of the Time Dominus was never decided by fighting, but by the Time Dominus himself. The successor of the Time Dominus will get all the inheritance of the Time Dominus, including the Time Scepter and the 14 personal guards of the Time Dominus. Sure enough, the so-called war to become the Time Dominus was really a lie that had deceived them for hundreds of millions of years. Empress Star Mirror's body trembled. She could not accept this cruel fact. Then, the Time Dominus should have made you the Time Dominus. Why did you lead us to kill each other? This is superfluous. Her question was the question that everyone wanted to ask. Xiao Hao laughed. Because the Time Dominus wants you to kill each other and destroy all the worlds in the time domain. This was the true meaning of the Time Dominus's struggle. Empress Star Mirror shook her head. There is no need. The Time Dominus can destroy it himself. Why use our war? This is unnecessary. With the power of the Time Dominus, it would not take long to destroy the time domain with the help of the Time Scepter. Why did he have to set up such a grand scheme? Wasn't it too troublesome? Xiao Hao's gaze passed through the defensive formation and looked towards the depths of the endless void. He murmured, because in the Tao Abyss there are some attacking existences that are staring at the Time Dominus. If the Time Dominus makes a move, they will come out of the Tao Abyss. Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The Tao Abyss. The Tao Abyss again. Where was the Tao Abyss? What was in it that made the Time Dominus so afraid of it that they did not dare to act recklessly? Ordinary people think that the Time Dominus is the supreme existence that commands the world. Little do they know that they are constantly confronting the existences in the Tao Abyss, not daring to slack off. Empress Star Mirror took a deep breath, but she still did not understand. Then, why did the Time Dominus destroy their own territory? Xiao Hao said calmly, to wait for the destruction of the era in 20 years. He glanced at the defensive formation beneath his feet. This formation was already extremely weak and could no longer protect the land. The defensive formation of the 8-star civilization was jointly set up by the 8 great ancient gods. Its original purpose was to resist the destruction of the era. With this formation, the sacred mountain cannot completely destroy the 8-star civilization. So, they ordered the Time Dominus to think of ways to destroy the formation. They are restricted by the existences in the Tao Abyss and cannot act on their own, so they guided you to destroy it. I don't know about other domains, but the time domain has more or less achieved its goal. Knowing the shocking secret hidden within, everyone's limbs went cold. In the end, they were just pawns in the hands of the sacred mountain and the Time Dominus. Their goal was to make them destroy the talismans they had. The funniest thing was that they actually did as they were told, and even destroyed the defensive formation to pieces. Chapter 2699. Once the end of the era began, they who were in an 8-star civilization no longer had any defensive power. I see. Empress Mingjing looked at her own hands and felt ridiculous. The truth was so deceiving. What fight for dominance? From the very beginning, it was a trick to deceive them into killing each other, a lie to deceive them into putting a noose around their necks. The rest of the descendants of the rulers could not accept this cruel truth and were stunned on the spot. Since you understand, you can leave your bloodlines to me and help me reach the Yuan level. Xiao Hao laughed. With the time scepter in his hand, Xiao Hao was the strongest in the world. Without the treasure of the time ruler, they could no longer compete with Xiao Hao. Their time was being rapidly taken away by the time scepter. However, at this moment, a magnificent 9-colored light shot up into the sky. Among the crowd behind Empress Star Rain, there was a creature with an oil lamp on his head and a 9-colored light all over his body. The 9-colored light was so intense that it was like an unparalleled flame. In an instant, it engulfed Empress Star Rain and the others. The time scepter in Xiaohao's hand suddenly stopped absorbing the power of time from others and shook violently. Xiaohao was caught off guard, and he staggered backward with the scepter, almost falling down. He looked over with a hint of surprise, and his face instantly became unsightly. The sacred mortal body. He couldn't believe that there was a sacred mortal body among the people of Empress Star Reign. Wasn't that a constitution that had been extinct long ago? Why were there still survivors? The nine-colored figure was Su Yu, who had activated the oil lamp. Similarly, the treasure of the time ruler was not his last trump card. His trump card was the 4 drops of the Emperor's blood. Now they had finally come in handy. Although 1 drop of the Emperor's blood could only be used for a short while, it was enough to deal with Xiaohao. Get lost! Su Yu pressed his 5 fingers toward the sky, and a giant 9-colored palm fell from the sky. Rumble! With a loud noise, Xiaohao was crushed. He was almost crushed into dust. Time Ray! He raised the scepter high and hit the 9-colored palm. Suddenly, the 9-colored palm was pierced, but the remaining palm power still hit Xiaohao's body. Puff! Xiaohao was immediately slapped to the point his soul collapsed and his body transformed into a ball of blood. Back then, when the waning Moon Empress controlled her sacred mortal body, she was able to contend against a low-rank ruler treasure. Moreover, Su Yu had a sacred mortal body. I'll return the taste of the Emperor's blood to you, Su Yu said coldly. At that time, Xiaohao had taken out the fragment of Prince Xiaoyao, and Xiaohao had used half a drop of the prince's blood to activate the prince's ruler, which had almost killed Su Yu. He even indirectly killed Wen Shui. Today, he would have a taste of the power of the holy mortal body activated by the Emperor's blood. Empress Star Reign and the others were caught off guard. There was actually a sacred mortal body hidden in their midst. Moreover, a single blow had turned Xiaohao into a puddle of blood. However, how could Xiaohao die so easily with the scepter of time? Boundless time energy shot out of the time scepter, causing Xiaohao's body to return to before he was injured. In an instant, Xiaohao recovered. He shook his head, his eyes still filled with awe. Sacred mortal body, why do you, an outsider, want to meddle in the affairs of the Time Master? Xiaohao scolded from a distance. He probably didn't know that the sacred mortal body in front of him was the descendant of the ancient god Jilong, who he had chased all over the place. Because you owe me your life. Su Yu's cold voice answered him. Destroy! With a furious roar, the 9-colored light on the surface of Su Yu's body rushed over like a raging flame. Xiaohao's face changed dramatically. Having experienced the horror of the 9-colored light, he had no confidence in dealing with it. However, if he fled like this, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Fight! Xiaohao roared. He stabbed the scepter of time in front of him and shouted in a low voice, Bloodline summoning! Gurgle! The sound of boiling water could be heard continuously. The time bloodline in Xiaohao's body was tumbling at an alarming speed. Empress Star Reign and the others looked pained. Their time bloodlines were responding, leaving their bodies bit by bit, merging with Xiaohao. That was the last secret technique that the Time Master had passed on to Xiaohao. If he still couldn't take away the time bloodlines of the descendants of the Time Masters at the last moment, then he would use bloodline summoning. At the cost of sacrificing part of the power of the Scepter of Time, he would forcibly take away the bloodlines of the descendants of the Time Masters for his own use. The seemingly long process was actually completed in an instant. The bloodlines of the descendants of the Time Master, including Empress Star Reign, were all taken away in an instant. However, before they had time to merge with Xiaohao's body, Xiaohao was destroyed by the 9-colored flames. His body and soul were immediately destroyed. The Scepter of Time immediately started to reverse time and saved him. However, the 9-colored flames that remained on Xiaohao's body were never extinguished. Xiaohao was then turned into ashes again. The Scepter of Time started to reverse time again. The cycle continued. Finally, with a cracking sound, a clear crack appeared on the scepter of time. First, it sacrificed part of its power, and then it consumed its power uncontrollably. Finally, it reached the point of exhaustion, and signs of damage appeared. This time, Xiaohao was destroyed. The damaged scepter of time could no longer fully restore him. It could only restore him to a state of serious injury. Fortunately, the 9 colored flames on Xiaohao's body had been consumed many times and were very weak. It could no longer destroy his body. However, at the risk of serious injury, Xiaohao still obtained all the time bloodlines as he had wished. The time domain in his body was fusing and expanding at an alarming rate. Once it reached the Yuan level, it would be the birth of the second time master. At that time, even the holy mortal body would no longer be able to contend against it. Su Yu's eyes sharpened. Once again, the 9-colored light swept across. However, at that moment, the emperor's blood burned out, and the oil lamp began to dry up. Su Yu had no choice but to stop and pour in a drop of the emperor's blood. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohao activated time travel. In just a short moment, he had escaped without a trace. Su Yu's gaze swept across, shooting toward Baiming City of the dream-broken realm. Xiaohao had escaped back to his lair. With a step, he instantly crossed half of the heavenly awakening realm and arrived at the dream-broken realm. Moreover, after half an incense stick of time, he appeared above Baiming City. In this short period of time, he had used another drop of the emperor's blood. Now there was only 1 drop left. As his colorful eyes swept down, he immediately discovered that there was a hidden underground secret chamber under the ruins of Baiming City. In the secret chamber, Xiaohao was vomiting blood continuously, lying on the ground. A blind, middle-aged man was treating him. Xiaohao said weakly, "Quick! Start quickly." It seemed like Xiaohao had been waiting for this moment all along. The blind middle-aged man was none other than the golden-eyed Lang Jun. The golden-eyed Lang Jun immediately placed Emperor Xiaohao on a spell in the secret chamber. The spell was extremely mysterious. Even Su Yu felt that it was extremely profound, and he could not see through it. Success or failure depends on today. The golden-eyed Lang Jun immediately activated the spell. His hollow eyes were filled with a trace of long-awaited excitement and agitation. Chapter 2700. Dazzling time and space auras shot out of the formation. Mysterious heavenly book characters flew out of the formation and attached to the surface of Xiaohao's body. Inside his body, the extremely majestic time domain seemed to be resonating, seething and roaring like crazy. It was just like how Xiaohao had forcefully activated his bloodline devourer. Su Yu, who was still far away, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He opened a spatial storage artifact and looked inside. His expression changed drastically. Bai Yun and Hong Xian, who were in a coma, suddenly revealed a look of deep pain. Her soft body kept twisting. A pair of golden eyes silently opened. 2 rays of golden light flowed out from it. The light was like a stream of water. It left Bai Yun and Red Immortal's body and quickly flowed into the underground ruins. Su Yu made a grabbing motion in the air, trying to catch it. However, that was a bloodline, so it was impossible to grasp it. Whoosh! 2 rays of golden light descended into the ground and fused into Xiaohao's body. Moreover, it began to fuse with the extremely dense time domain. The process was extremely painful. Xiaohao let out heart-wrenching screams. "I can't. Stop right now." Xiaohao roared. His body was about to be completely crushed. Golden-eyed Lang Jun lowered his voice and comforted. "Don't give up. Don't you want to become a dual ruler that transcends time and space? Persevere. What awaits you is an unprecedented tomorrow." It turned out that Xiaohao's ambition was not just to be the time dominator. He still wanted to become the ruler of space. However, he didn't have a spatial bloodline. Therefore, he had to first fuse the space bloodline into his body. The only way he could think of was to fuse with the Bai Yun Red deity's bloodline. This was because the Biyun Red deity's bloodline contained the bloodlines of both the Time Chief Sovereign and the Space Chief Sovereign. The bloodline of the Biyun Red deity originated from her ancestor, the Tianyi Empress. The Tianyi Empress was a special existence that controlled both time and space. Her true identity was the illegitimate child of the Time Dominus and Space Dominus. Biyun Hongxian had obtained the inheritance of the Tianyi Empress and possessed a double bloodline. If Xiaohao could integrate the two bloodlines at this moment, it would be equivalent to possessing a strand of the space bloodline. Next, he used the invincible stance of the Time Chief Sovereign to sweep through the space domain. Which descendant of the Space Chief Sovereign could contend against him? He had been preparing for this plan for decades. He had waited for this day. Xiaohao let out a hysterical roar amidst the boundless pain. The two golden bloodlines finally began to fuse with his pure time domain bloodline. The pain faded away at this moment. Xiaohao felt as if he had gone through hell. His entire body was covered in sweat, and the unbearable pain lingered in his mind. If it happened again, Xiaohao might not have the courage to accept the fusion. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. He looked up to the sky and laughed helplessly. Wait until my bloodline is completely integrated and I reach the elemental realm and have a wholly mortal body. Let's see what you can use to fight me then. However, a strange, hoarse laugh sounded in his ears. Success! I finally succeeded. Golden-eyed Playboy laughed heartily. His smile seemed to be even happier and more excited than Xiaohao's. It was as if he was the one who succeeded. Xiaohao narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a cruel smile. Golden-eyed Langjun, you and your daughter have worked hard all these years. Why don't you rest in peace? They knew too many of his secrets. Now his value had been completely squeezed dry. What was the point of keeping them alive? With a thought, he activated time deprivation. With his current attainments in the time domain, would it be difficult for him to kill a weak, golden-eyed Playboy? Of course not. He could erase golden-eyed Playboy from the world with just a thought. However, Xiaohao's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he could not activate his time domain. It was the golden bloodline that had fused with his body. He had suppressed his time domain. His heart suddenly sank. He panicked as if he had stepped off a cliff. He looked at golden-eyed Playboy with difficulty. A strange smile appeared on his face. Emperor, are you surprised? Are you surprised? It really was him. Xiaohao's heart sank and he became more and more afraid. He had been tricked. He had been tricked by this blind man. What did you do to me? Xiaohao tried to stand up. However, his body was seriously injured and he could not even move. Xiaohao could not believe that golden-eyed Playboy slowly opened his eyes. A pair of golden pupils could be seen clearly in his eyes. Ah, you are not blind, Xiaohao screamed. Golden-eyed Playboy laughed. If I were blind, how could I control my daughter's bloodline in your body? It was because of the connection between their bloodlines that golden-eyed Playboy could control the golden bloodline in Xiaohao's body. Through the golden bloodline, he completely suppressed Xiaohao's time domain. What are you doing? What do you want to do to me? Xiaohao felt extremely sinister. The little bug that he looked down on was actually a poisonous snake in disguise. He had bitten him at the most crucial moment. Golden-eyed Playboy smiled mysteriously. Of course, I want to become the supreme ruler of time. No, the ruler of time and space. He laughed sinisterly, and the golden light in his eyes reached its peak. Xiaohao suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. The time bloodline in his body was wrapped up by the two golden bloodlines and rushed out of Xiaohao's body, merging into golden-eyed Playboy's body. Haha, I, golden-eyed Playboy, have finally completed the unfinished wish of my ancestor. He looked up to the sky and laughed. The Tianyi Empress was the illegitimate child of two rulers. She was not recognized by either side. She was heartlessly abandoned, which was why she fled to a small place like the Outer Realm. As the descendant of a ruler, She also hoped that one day she could inherit the position of a ruler. Unfortunately, time did not wait for her. Even when she died, she did not have the chance to return to an 8-star civilization. Instead, because of love, she died in the outer realm. Her descendant, golden-eyed playboy, used his cunning and viciousness and relied on opportunities to successfully do something that the Tiani Empress would regret for the rest of her life. He became the ruler of time in one fell swoop. When the space ruler died, he killed all the descendants of the space ruler, took their bloodline, and became the ruler of space. Thus, he became the first ruler of time and space in history. Xiaohao could not accept this reality. He had been working hard since he was born. In the end, when he was so close to success, he worked for someone else. "Old thing, give it back to me!" Xiaohao roared crazily. He stretched out his hands with difficulty, like a demon that was about to return to hell. He wanted to drag golden-eyed playboy down with him. Chapter 27:01. He stomped his foot and crushed Xiaohao's body and soul. In the past, Xiaohao might have been able to use his time bloodline to reverse time. But at this moment, not a single trace of his time bloodline remained. It was impossible to recover. He was really dead. Furthermore, he had died at the feet of a nobody that he didn't care about. To a prodigy of a generation, a ruler of time. This was a great irony. At this moment, the golden-eyed gentleman could not help but laugh out loud. The world is mine." Golden-eyed Lang Jun almost went crazy. His face was twisted with madness. It was as if a person who had been obsessed for many years had finally gotten what he wanted. However, at that moment, a clicking sound rang out in the ruins without any warning. How dare a small ant compete with me for the glow? Golden-eyed playboy's face stiffened. He turned his head and saw a black-robed man standing behind him. His facial features were ferocious, which was the appearance of a demon. "You are..." The golden-eyed playboy pretended to ask, but he took the opportunity to turn around and use the terrifying time field within his body to attack the black-robed man in front of him. However, the man casually reached out his hand and grabbed golden-eyed Longjun's wrist. Then, endless demonic energy rushed into the golden-eyed gentleman's body. Ah! The golden-eyed scholar let out a hoarse cry of pain, just like Xiaohao before he died. His body was quickly disintegrated by the terrifying demonic qi. Before the time domain in Xiao Chen's body could fully merge with his body, the demonic qi rushed out. He was grabbed by the black-robed man. Haha! The bloodline of the chief sovereign of time, as well as a portion of the bloodline of the chief sovereign of space. The black-robed man was none other than a stranger. It was the holy demon. He was once one of ancient god Ninether's 4 protectors. He was unwilling to be left out, so he pocketed the inheritance left behind by the ancient god of the netherworld and became the master of the heaven law. Furthermore, he had been lying low all this time. He had been waiting for this day. In the end, he did succeed, obtaining everything without shedding a drop of blood. No. Golden-eyed Lang Jun screamed hysterically. He was indignant. After so many years of hard work, he had finally succeeded with great difficulty, only to be attacked by the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He would take away everything that was within his reach. Hee, what a pitiful bug. The holy demon laughed sinisterly and did not kill him. Instead, he tapped on her forehead. Suddenly, the golden-eyed playboy stopped struggling, and his eyes became dull. He was no longer as vicious and cunning as before. What replaced it was confusion and obedience. He had been transformed into a corpse, an ambitious and ruthless person who almost ascended to the heavens to become a king, was reduced to the corpse race just like that. After obtaining the time sovereign's bloodline, the holy demon laughed heartily. There's only one last step left. The holy demon revealed a sinister smile. Su Yu's heart thumped, as if he had realized something. He took a step forward and arrived above Nanming City. What made his eyes almost pop out of his sockets was that Nanming City had already fallen into the siege of the Devil Race army. Under Elder Mo's terrifying battle prowess, the tunnel masters that remained in the city were dying at a visible rate. The only fortunate thing was that the Empress Palace had not fallen yet. Under the protection of Chu Duomu and Fengling, Qin Xianer and her daughter were safe and sound. It was just that the surge of the Devil Race had come so suddenly. They were unable to withstand the attacks for a while and could only retreat in defeat. The Empress Hall was about to fall. Su Yu rushed back in time, and he pressed the air. The 9-colored light turned into 9 colorful dragons and swept forward. In an instant, the invading Devil Race was wiped out, including several demon elders. They were killed on the spot. This scene scared the Devil Race into retreating frantically. The demon faction master and the little demon master Xiaxiaya were shocked. The sacred mortal body. It's the sacred mortal body. How could a body that had been extinct appear again? Retreat. The demon master made a prompt decision and immediately chose to retreat. In front of the sacred mortal body, there were just fragile puppets that would be killed in one blow. Only the little demon master Xiaxia looked at the sacred mortal body in confusion. Looking at him, Xiaxiaya felt as if she was looking at Suyu. But why was Suyu here? How could it be the sacred mortal body? Until Suyu's cold words came. Xiaxiaya. That voice was Suyu's. However, before Xiaxiaya could cry out in surprise, Suyu said coldly, "You killed my wife and daughter while I was away. You really surprised me." He never thought that Xiaxiaya would attack Qin Xianer and Su Kai-er. Xiaxiaya was stunned. She didn't know who was in the Empress Hall. She only knew that the person inside was the person that the Holy Demon Lord wanted to catch at all costs. That person was actually Suyu's wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Suyu did not wait for her to explain and quickly descended. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound, he was slightly relieved. If anything happened to them, it would be a mistake that he would never be able to make up for in his life. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at somewhere in the sky. "Holy demon, get out here." His voice contained a power that could shatter heaven and earth. The space exploded, and the holy demon fell out in a slightly embarrassed manner. His eyes were solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Sacred mortal body, my actions have nothing to do with you. Please step aside. You wanted to kill his wife and daughter, and you said it had nothing to do with you? Die." Suyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with the holy demon. He turned into a 9-colored streamer of light and pressed down from the sky. The entire sky turned into 9 colors and rumbled down. The holy demon looked up and his face changed dramatically to resist. However, under the pressure of the 9-colored light, the holy demon spat out demonic blood and could not withstand the attack of the sacred mortal body. His body was struck by a large amount of demonic energy, making him extremely weak. The holy fiend was severely injured in just a single exchange. With a spurt of energy, Suyu turned into a sharp arrow, piercing through the air. Swoosh! The 9-colored arrow pierced through the holy demon in an instant. His sturdy body immediately crumbled. But he did not die. Even an elder of the demon race had the ability to evolve several times. Not to mention the holy demon ancestor himself. First transformation of the holy demon. His aura suddenly became magnificent. That was a transformation that he had sacrificed a great deal to perform. However, he still could not withstand a blow from the sacred mortal body. Suyu threw a punch at him, shattering his body once again. Second transformation of the holy demon. The shattered body of the holy demon was strengthened again. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and the 9-colored light on the surface of his body turned into raging flames that burned his body black. The second transformation of the demon body could no longer be shattered. Third transformation of the holy demon. The blackened demon body recovered to its original state, and his aura was even greater. Suyu's 9-colored light could no longer hurt him. The holy demon's face was full of hostility and murderous intent. You forced me to lose 90% of my life. Are you satisfied now? He roared, his eyes filled with monstrous resentment. After lying dormant for countless years, he had finally achieved his wish. However, Suyu had forced him to lose most of his life. So what if he obtained the bloodline of the Time Ruler? There was not much life left to enjoy. I want you dead. Chapter 2702. Humph. Suyu waved his hand, and the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron flew out. He placed his palms on the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and activated it with the 8 domains. The 8 flying dragons flew out at the same time, pushing the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to spin. When it reached a terrifying speed, the entire divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was scorching hot. At this moment, using the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron in his holy mortal physique state, the power of the cauldron was incomparable to before. Whoosh! The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron revolved to the extreme, then was flicked out by Suyu. Bang! The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron turned into an afterimage and swept past. Wherever it went, the entire space and even the defensive array formation outside was completely cut open. The power of this strike surpassed the peak. The holy demon swept over with a shocking demonic aura, clashing head-on with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Bang! Boundless loud noises shook the entire southern region of the Broken Dream Realm. All the worlds shattered into dust like illusions. Only Nanming City, which was under their feet, was still intact with the help of the 3 protectors. The rest of the land had been reduced to ruins, leaving behind only countless dust particles. Cough! The smoke and dust dispersed. The holy demon revealed its true form. Its body was covered in hideous wounds. His life force had reached an extremely weak point. Even if Suyu didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to live for long. I can't accept this. I've schemed for 10,000 years, but I've lost to the successor of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The holy demon roared. Once again, he turned into an afterimage and pounced forward. However, this time its target was not Suyu, but someone in the Empress Hall. That person was neither Qin Xiener nor Su Kai. It was Huang Fui. Give me the Eye of Heavenly Death. I can still fight. For some reason, the holy demon had an incomparable desire for the Heavenly Tao's Eye of Death. In fact, that desire was even higher than the legacy of Chu San. Suyu struck him with his palm. A 9-colored light descended and was about to kill the holy demon. However, at that moment, the 9-colored light became incomparably weak. The 9-colored light on Suyu's body receded like a tide. The light from the oil lamp above them dimmed again. The sun of heaven's blood had been completely burned away. The sacred mortal body could not hold on any longer. Suyu roared furiously in his heart. Why did it have to happen now? Just give him a little more time. The holy demon was no longer able to stop him. He grabbed at the air, and Huang Fui screamed in pain. The death eye of the heavenly Tao that he was born with was forcibly taken away. Holding the heavenly Tao's Azura's eye, the holy demon's eyes were filled with greed. My demon race has the heavenly Tao's Azura's eye, and we can attain a supreme demon emperor's body. Even if we can only live for a moment, it's enough. The demon emperor was a legendary existence. The holy demon had once heard from ancient god Nine-Nether that a terrifying existence had been born in the last epoch. He was called the Demon Emperor. It was the ancestor of all devils. In the last era, they were second only to the 9 sacred ancestors. His battle prowess was not necessarily weaker than the sacred ancestor. However, luck was not on his side. When he accompanied the human ancestor to the holy mountain, the 9-tailed emperor used the heavenly Tao's death eye to take his life. His life was forever sealed in the heavenly Tao's Eye of Death. Countless descendants of demon emperors dreamed of obtaining the heavenly Law Death's eye. He released the life of the demon emperor within. Once that happened, the demon emperor would borrow the bloodline of his descendants to be reborn and rule the world once more. Originally, the holy demon had planned to obtain the heavenly law Death's eye. He wanted to absorb the demon emperor's life, bit by bit, and replace it. However, after the battle with Suyu, the sacred mortal body, his foundation had been damaged. He could no longer realize his ambition. Therefore, he simply used his own body to attract the demon emperor to be reborn. Using the demon emperor's hand, he would wipe out all enemies in the world and fulfill his long-cherished wish. Ha 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 ha, sacred mortal body, I will grind your bones to dust. The holy demon was filled with deep resentment. He pressed the heavenly law Death's eye into his own eye socket. As long as the heavenly law Death's eye fused with his bloodline, he could successfully release the life sealed by the demon emperor. Then, the demon emperor would rule the world. However, at this moment, the holy demon's palm froze in front of his eye socket, unable to move. No, it was not that he could not move. Instead, his body had fallen into a state of frozen time. The holy demon had the cultivation of the heavenly lawmaster. There was only one person in the entire 8-star civilization who could freeze him, the ruler of time. A hoarse laugh came slowly. A mouse that has been hiding for tens of thousands of years has finally revealed its head in front of food. Behind the holy demon, an old man appeared without warning. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked exceptionally old, and his whole body was filled with the scent of death. To be precise, there was no scent of a living person on his body. It was as if he was a dead creature. Seeing him, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the old man who had helped him refine the time essence in the hair? The old man had also given him a wooden box. He had said that if the wooden box was delivered to its owner one day, the time essence in the hair would be unlocked and Suyu would be able to absorb it. Many years had passed. Suyu had almost forgotten about him. Unexpectedly, he had appeared at the last moment. Moreover, his identity was unexpected. The Time Master, a master who should have died. He was not dead. The Time Master's finger gently touched the holy demon's back. The body of the heavenly lawmaster was like a piece of wood, constantly drifting with the wind. Only the heavenly law Death's eye and all the bloodlines of the descendants of the Time Master were left. The Time Master tried to grasp the two objects. However, the strange thing was that his hand was transparent and could not grasp the two objects. Suyu felt relieved when he saw this. The Time Master had cultivated a secret technique. In addition to the original body, there was also the future incarnation and the past incarnation. The one in front of him was the future incarnation. He was in the future time and space, so naturally he could not grasp everything in the present time and space. Everyone held their breath, especially the demons. They could not believe the scene in front of them. Their holy demon had perished just like that. And it had perished at the hands of an old rival of countless years. From the beginning, the Time Master had been waiting for this moment, waiting to kill the holy demon personally. After killing the holy demon, the old head of the Time Master turned gently and looked at Suyu, the descendant of the ancient god Jilong. It's been a long time. Suyu's heart was beating wildly, and his heart was palpitating. He did not think that the Time Master would treat the descendants of the ancient god Jilong kindly. For a moment, the whole world was silent. No one had expected this. In the end, the only remaining future incarnation of the Time Master had appeared. Suyu said, "It has indeed been a long time. You're the one who hid the most in this scheme." The Time Master smiled hoarsely. "You flatter me." Chapter 2703. Unlike you, who can calculate everything in the future just by calculating, I should be the one admiring you. At this moment, Suyu couldn't be happy. He would rather not have such a compliment. Then, after so many years of planning, it's time to end it, the Master of Time said indifferently. The bloodline of the Master of Time on the ground suddenly squirmed. It began to condense into a young human figure. That human figure was none other than the Master of Time's young form. I just lacked the body of a descendant. Unfortunately, I originally planned to use Xiaohao as a vessel, the Master of Time said hoarsely. From the beginning, the Master of Time had never thought of giving up his position. All he wanted was immortality. Through all the bloodlines, he would be reborn in Xiaohao's body. It was just that the situation had changed slightly. Let's deal with the ancient god of Nine Nether first, the Master of Time said with a faint smile. His gaze turned to Qin Xianer. Chu, Duo Mu, and Feng Ling's expressions changed abruptly, and they immediately stood guard beside Qin Xianer. The Master of Time shook his head slightly. It's useless. I've seen this scene before. Any resistance is futile. His palm slowly grabbed over. Black divine flames immediately gushed out from the bodies of Chu and the others. That was the Nine Nether divine flame, the legacy of the ancient god of Nine Nether sealed in their bodies. At this moment, they were all caught by the Master of Time. Finally, with a hook of his finger, the three divine flames condensed into a purple-black round bead and floated to the ground. However, the Master of Time did not stop. He continued to grasp. The bloodline of the ancient god of Nine Nether in Qin Xianer's body was also slowly pulled out of her body. As long as the last trace of the bloodline of the ancient god of Nine Nether is destroyed in the world, she will never be able to be resurrected again. At the same time, Sukai are beside him. Traces of unusual bloodlines were also pulled out of her body. You also have a weak bloodline of the ancient god of Nine Nether, and a trace of the seeds of the 8 great domains. Sukai showed a pained expression, clutching her throat, feeling that she was almost out of breath. However, the world was so big at this time. Who could save her? Who could save her mother? In front of the Master of Time, everything was so small. However, at this moment, the 9-colored light that had clearly faded away suddenly rose into the sky again, turning the entire world into 9 colors. The Time God's aged body trembled as he turned his head in disbelief. The oil lamp above Su Yu's head was reignited, and his whole body emitted a dazzling 9-colored light. Yu, the Time Sovereign, couldn't believe it. He came from the future. So why didn't he see this scene? No, it shouldn't be like this. Su Yu's Emperor's blood had clearly been used up. At that moment, Su Yu had an unfathomable expression on his face. You must be very surprised as to why I still have the Emperor's blood, right? Because from the very beginning, I didn't have 4 drops. He still had half a drop. That half drop was taken from Prince Xiao Yao's severed arm. He had been hiding it all this time. Even when the Holy Devil was about to transform into a Devil Emperor, he had never used it, because he understood very well. There was also a hidden figure, the Time Dominator. Su Yu himself had cultivated the Time Incarnation. How could he not understand the principle that even if the original body died, the future incarnation would not necessarily die? Therefore, this was half a drop of the Emperor's blood. He had been waiting for the ruler of time to show himself. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Su Yu activated the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, and it turned into a fragmentary line as it shot forward with a loud rumble. The ruler of time immediately put down Qin Xianer and the others and displayed the time domain. Freeze! However, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron froze for a moment. However, 8 great domains erupted from its body and forcibly broke through the freeze of time. Boom! The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron slammed into the ruler of time's chest. Poof! As strong as he was, under the attack of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, personally activated by the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, this couldn't hurt the ruler of time's foundation. He stared at Su Yu across the air. Time invasion! The 9-colored light on the surface of Su Yu's body immediately dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the river of time that forced him to return to the state of an ordinary person. Humph! Su Yu formed a seal with his hands and shouted in a low voice, "Future incarnation!" Another 9-colored figure shook the sky and earth, and slowly appeared. For a moment, 2 9-colored suns appeared in the sky at the same time. You also learned my time incarnation. The ruler of time's eyelids twitched. Su Yu said lightly, "What do you think?" His original body activated the divine 9-dragon cauldron, while the future incarnation activated the cauldron of the 8 great domains. 2 mortal saint bodies, 2 peerless divine cauldrons. Together they were suppressed. The ruler of time was shocked. He rolled up his long sleeves and shouted, "River of Time!" With a loud roar, he forcibly summoned the River of Time. Su Yu and his clone, including himself, were all swept into the River of Time. This didn't represent the flow of time in the past. It represented the long river of the future. Only here would his strength be slightly close to the original body. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the River of Time, his strength skyrocketed. His hands grabbed the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the cauldron of the 8 great domains. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. In the River of Time, an earth-shattering battle broke out. "Descendant of the ancient god of 9 dragons, you can't do anything to me," the ruler of time said hoarsely. "In the future, I am immortal." Su Yu said coldly, "Is that so? I think you will die more thoroughly." In the real world, the future incarnation couldn't be killed. Only in the space-time of the future could his body, which was hidden in the river of the future, be completely destroyed. Swish! In each of his palms he held a giant door. One was the gate of black feathers, and the other was the gate of white feathers. The door was densely covered with the rich power of the ancient god of 9 underworlds. There were countless fragments of the ancient god realm of 9 underworlds left. Only this piece of the ancient god realm of 9 underworlds was set up by the ancient god of 9 underworlds to seal it tightly. Since ancient times, no one had opened them at the same time. Only today, 9 underworlds appear. Su Yu opened the 2 doors at the same time. He combined the 2 doors into one. Suddenly, a mighty and unparalleled aura of 9 underworlds swept out. The 2 doors creaked at the same time, unable to bear the burden. It was as if something was forcing its way out of the door. Finally, the solid and indestructible giant door finally shattered at the same time after a rumble. A boundless and enormous netherworld realm suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! The 9 underworlds pressed down on the ruler of time. Moreover, in the 9 underworlds, endless emerald flames emerged, burning the ruler of time. Miserable howls resounded throughout the long river of time. This was the real purpose of the ancient god of 9 underworlds leaving this world. He hoped that his descendant would one day hold this world in his hands and fight against the ruler of time. "I am the ruler of time, an existence that controls time, and I will never disappear in time," the ruler of time roared. Chapter 2704. The eyes of the 2 Su Yus turned serious at the same time. "Suppress!" Both of them stepped on a cauldron and stepped on it. The Juyo world, which had been lifted up, suddenly sank down, suppressing the Time Master again. The jade-green flames burned the Time ruler bit by bit. His body was burned until it became transparent. That was a sign of his gradual death. Only the River of Time could completely destroy his future incarnation. The Time Master could only struggle, unable to resist. It would only take half an hour to completely wipe out the future incarnation of the Time Master. However, the Time Master could not escape. Instead, he smiled hideously. "Su Yu, to be honest, you really surprised me." In the future he saw, Su Yu would be easily killed by him. However, the future had been completely changed because Su Yu had hidden half a drop of the Emperor's blood. However, if you think that you've already won, then you're dreaming. Hearing this, the faces of the 2 Su Yus changed at the same time. The 2 of them were thinking quickly, thinking about all the dangers they had missed. Xiaohao was dead. The holy demon had been killed. There was no one or thing that could threaten them. Suddenly, the 2 of them thought of a possibility at the same time. There was indeed no one who could threaten Suyu. However, he still had a weakness, a fatal weakness. Qin Xianer and Su Kai. Xianer, Kai, be careful! The two Suyus roared at the same time. The roar pierced through time and space and reached the sky above Nanming City. Qin Xianer and Su Kai's faces changed abruptly. Father is warning us that there is danger nearby, Su Kai said seriously. Chu, Duo Mu, and Feng Ling immediately surrounded Qin Xianer and Su Kai, looking around vigilantly. At this time, Luo Shui also rushed over to protect the fourth direction. Her pretty eyes were full of vigilance. Danger? Where is the danger? Does it refer to the remaining demons? While thinking, Luo Shui's vision suddenly went black. His body was actually not listening to him, and his consciousness was also forcibly falling asleep. Red Dust Master, what are you doing? Luo Shui realized that Red Dust Master was trying to seize control of his body. The Red Dust Path Master's soul wore an enigmatic expression, and he said with a faint smile, I am fulfilling my promise to you and helping you obtain Su Yu's heart. What do you want to do? Luo Shui had a very bad feeling. The heart that the Red Dust Path Master was referring to might not necessarily be Su Yu's emotional heart. Hee, sleep in peace. When you wake up, you will get what you want. Luo Shui's vision darkened completely, and he lost all control of his body. Luo Shui's eyes shone with a red light. Qin Xianer's senses were the sharpest. She immediately sensed the appearance of the Red Dust Path Master in Luo Shui's body. His heart thumped. Could the danger that Suyu was referring to be the Red Dust Path Master? Without any time to think, she grabbed Su Kai's shoulder, wanting to protect her in her arms. However, he was still a step too late. The Red Dust Taoist gently hooked his finger and pulled Su Kai into his arms. Then he slowly grabbed Su Kai's neck. Su Kai also revealed a pained expression as she exerted force on her fingers. She struggled with both of her hands, trying to move Red Dust Taoist Master's hands away. However, the latter's hands were like iron pincers, rendering her immobile. Qin Xianer's face was as cold as ice. Red Dust Taoist Master, let go of my daughter! She had never thought that the Red Dust Taoist Master, who had been residing in Luo Shui's body all year round, would attack her and her daughter. If she hadn't reacted in time, she might have become a hostage in his hands. The Red Dust Taoist Master's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile. What a deep love between mother and daughter. I wonder if the love between father and daughter is also deep? She was a little regretful. I remember that the relationship between father and daughter was not good. In fact, she wanted to capture Qin Xianer, not Su Kai. Su Yu had a deep love for Qin Xianer, but Su Kai, to be precise, Su Kai, had never truly accepted Su Yu as her father. The relationship between the two was very delicate. However, since it was only Su Kai who had been captured, he would give it a try. Su Yu, look at your daughter. The Red Dust Taoist Master looked at the River of Time. In the River of Time, hearing that, the Time Master knew that the mission had been accomplished. He shook his sleeves, and the River of Time dissipated. He and the two Su Yu returned to the current time and space at the same time. Looking at the scene before them, the two Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Red Dust Taoist Master. The two of them spoke at the same time. They were both surprised and shocked. The Red Dust Taoist Master tightened his grip on Su Kai's neck and said with a faint smile, being threatened by two sacred bodies of mortal fetus is really scary. Su Yu asked in a deep voice, why are you doing this? If the Red Dust Tao Lord wanted to harm Qin Xianer and Su Kai, he would have done so many years ago. Why did he wait until today? He glanced at the suppressed time sovereign out of the corner of his eye. The Red Dust Taoist Master twirled a strand of black hair in front of his chest with his other hand. Of course, it's because the Time Dominator can give me something that you can't. As expected, it was the ruler of time. Back then, Luo Shui had been captured by the Time Master into the wilderness of time. It was during that time that they completed a certain agreement. The agreement was that the Red Dust Taoist Master would act at the critical moment and capture Qin Xianer and Su Kai'er. In return, the Time God would help the Red Dust Tao Lord survive the apocalypse. Hee. The Time Ruler raised the Netherworld realm, threw it away, and calmly escaped. His entire body was filled with weakness. However, the good news was that Su Yu didn't want to hurt her. "Let go of my daughter," Su Yu said in a stern voice. At this moment, he wanted to tear the Red Dust Tao Lord into pieces. The Time Ruler laughed, and her laughter was full of ferocity. "Do you remember that I once gave you a wooden box? Why don't you take it out and have a look?" Su Yu's eyes slowly narrowed, and he took it out. Above the wooden box, there was a flash of light. What does it mean? He remembered that the Time Ruler had said this when she gave it to him. The wooden box was to be given to someone else. However, the Time Ruler didn't say who it was for. He only said that the wooden box would react when it met someone who needed it. Now the wooden box was glowing. Was it for the Time Ruler? Of course. The wooden box met someone who needed it. The Time Ruler laughed hoarsely. She looked at the Red Dust Tao Lord behind her. The wooden box was for her? And then Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He had checked the wooden box and confirmed that it was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The Time Ruler put her hands behind her back and said mysteriously, "There's still one thing missing in the wooden box. I hope you can put that thing inside and give it to the Red Dust Tao Lord." The Time Ruler couldn't touch the real world. She could only ask the Red Dust Tao Lord to hold it for her. "What is it?" Su Yu asked slowly after a long silence. He had already guessed what was going to be put inside. Chapter 2705. It was the Red Dust Path Master who answered. Heart? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He could lose his heart, because he could use the life domain to reconstruct it. He could even use it to resurrect himself. The Red Dust Path Master took out a dagger flowing with rainbow colors and introduced it playfully. "This is a dagger forged from the corpse of the stone-birth Son of Heaven. The person killed with it will die forever. Death, others might not understand, but Su Yu understood it better than anyone else. Death was not the end of life, because the dead could be resurrected. They could be resurrected as living creatures with the life domain. They could be resurrected as corpses by special means. However, returning to the void meant that one would disappear for eternity. Once death occurred, they could not be resurrected as living creatures or corpses. In a sense, death was the real death. Su Yu's resurrection was no longer useful. Clang! The Red Dust Path Master threw the dagger over and said, "Dig out your heart and put it in a wooden box." Once the dagger was used to dig out the heart, Su Yu would die for real. There was no turning back. In fact, the Red Dust Path Master was not sure whether he would succeed. He did not know whether Su Yu valued his daughter more than Qin Xianer. Su Kai, or stared at Su Yu from afar. She felt a chill in her heart. She felt that her life should come to an end. The father-daughter relationship between her and Su Yu was shallow and had no foundation. The lack of 10 years of childhood meant that there was an unbridgeable gap between them. It was difficult for her to see Su Yu as her biological father. It was also difficult for Su Yu to see her as his daughter. As she thought about this, she was shocked to see Su Yu pick up the dagger on the ground. There was no hesitation. It was as if everything was supposed to happen. Qin Xianer grabbed Su Yu's arm, her face full of tears. No, she had been with Su Yu for many years, and she had already understood his heart from his eyes. He wanted to save Su Kai'er. Su Yu held the dagger in his hand and looked up at the sky, letting out a long sigh. He was like a soldier who had been fighting on the battlefield for many years, standing on the desolate earth, letting out a relieved sigh. "You won," he said slowly. At this moment, Suyu, who had never admitted defeat. For the first time in his life, he admitted defeat. This was because they held something more precious than Suyu's life in their hands. Su Kai'er, he and Qin Xianer's only child. This was a child that he had to give everything to protect and care for. Life was indeed precious. How could they compare to a child? "I can give you my heart, but promise me that you will let her go. Let Qin Xiana go. Let everyone here go." The red dust Taoist's eyes lit up. "Of course, it doesn't matter whether they die or not." Su Yu's gaze became sharp, and he said, "You've been by my side for many years, so you should understand what I mean. Don't play games with words." She didn't answer him directly. This was not even a vow. The red dust Daylord's eyes narrowed. "All right, I swear that I won't take their lives." Suyu shook his head and slowly put down the dagger. The 9-colored light around his body shone brightly again. "You didn't plan to let them off," Suyu said coldly. She could choose not to take it, but couldn't she order others to take it? The red dust sect master had been playing with words all along, trying to deceive Suyu. It was obvious that she had no intention of letting them off. If that was the case, what was the value of Su Yu's death? If he died, not only would Su Kai die, but Qin Xianer would also die. The red dust sect master was flustered, and he tightened his grip on Su Kai'er's neck. She was secretly annoyed. It was too tiring to play mind games with a smart person like Suyu. All of her plans were within his expectations. The Time Master said in a low voice, "All right, I swear that as long as you are willing to die, I will never hurt, imprison, or threaten them. From now on, I will stay away from them wherever they are. This vow is effective on myself, as well as all those who are directly or indirectly related to me." The vow turned into a wave, which reached the depths of the 9 heavens and reached a mysterious existence. Only then did Su Yu hold the dagger tightly again. With this vow, Qin Xianer and the others were temporarily safe. "Do it. Use your death to give your daughter a new life," the Time Master said. Su Yu lifted the dagger again and pressed it against his chest. If he stabbed it, he would end up in eternal ruin. 200 years had passed. His former dream, his former lover, all of them would become bubbles, extinguished candles in the darkness. It would become a sigh that couldn't be saved. "Father, let me die." Su Kai'er was crying. "I also want to live, but I want to see my mother live with a smile. If you die, there will be no smile on my face anymore." Su Kai looked at Suyu and said with relief, "I am not a good daughter. Father, you don't have to do so much for me. I won't hate you, I won't blame you, and I won't blame you." Suyu didn't speak, but just looked at Su Kai deeply. With a gentle press of his palm, the dagger was inserted into his heart. His chest immediately turned gray and turned into stone. "Father, stop! Stop it!" Su Kai Er's pupils shrank as she screamed. Suyu didn't stop, and the dagger was inserted into his chest bit by bit. There was an apologetic look on his face, as well as the maturity of a father. "Silly child, as a parent, how can you let your child die for you?" The only unconditional love in the world was familial love. Parents could sacrifice everything for their children, including themselves. They didn't ask for anything in return. This was the greatness of familial love. It transcended the chain of interests, the shackles of value, and the rules of heaven and earth. "I am not a qualified father, but I have always wanted to be a good father." The dagger was inserted a little deeper. Su Yu's entire chest had turned into stone. It was because of the dagger. The dagger was taken from the corpse of the stone birth heaven son. Once it killed someone, it would turn them into stone. I'm sorry that I couldn't stay with you. From now on, live a good life with your mother. Don't seek revenge. Just be safe." Puff! The dagger turned and cut out Su Yu's heart. Su Yu held the blood-red heart in his hand and put it into the wooden box. The red dust master waved his hand and brought the wooden box over. Her face was full of confidence and she laughed. I finally got it. When she had possessed Luo Shuai, she had sworn an oath with Luo Shuai that she would help her win Su Yu's heart. Now the oath had been fulfilled. She was no longer bound by the oath. She could leave Luo Shuai and live freely in the world. As she laughed, she looked at Su Yu. At the moment, Su Yu was not dead. The oil lamp above his head was maintaining the last thread of his life. But it was only a thread. Haha, go and see your father for the last time. The red dust master let go of Su Kai'er. Su Kai'er's eyes were dazed as she stumbled over, looking at Su Yu, who had turned into a stone man, with only his eyes still showing signs of life. Su Kai'er couldn't accept the reality before her. Chapter 2706. Su Yu had clearly grasped victory and grasped the entire situation. But because of her, he had given up victory and even his own life. The funny thing was, when she was kidnapped, she had guessed that Su Yu would not sacrifice himself for her. Slap! Su Kai'er slapped herself hard. She finally understood what it meant to measure a gentleman's heart with one's own yardstick. She had thought that Su Yu would see her the way she saw him. In the end, that was not the case. I don't want to live anymore. Su Kai'er raised her palm and slapped the top of her head, but all she got was a slap. Qin Xianer's hollow eyes were filled with incomparable disappointment. He sacrificed himself to save someone like you? How much longer are you going to disappoint him? Su Yu had sacrificed everything to make Su Kai'er commit suicide out of shame? No, he had only wanted her to grow up and live in peace. He did not even want revenge. As if she had been slapped awake, Su Kai'er stood in front of Su Yu's stone statue, crying. Scold me, scold me. Su Kai'er cried bitterly. She thought back to all her rebellious acts. She thought back to all her disregard. She thought back to all her alienation. Su Kai'er wanted to use that dagger to cut open her chest. Take a good look. Had her heart and lungs been eaten by dogs long ago? Before they had met, Su Yu had helped her, selflessly saving her and her mother. She should have understood Su Yu's heart, his character, and the difficulties he had gone missing for 10 years. But she had never let go of the 10 years' absence. She had constantly used this to torment Su Yu, to make him feel guilty, to make him feel sorry for himself. Thinking about it now, she could not help but cry her heart out. What did she think she was? Even if she had treated him as her savior, she should not have treated him like this. Moreover, he was her father. At this moment, she hated herself. Childish and self-righteous. In the end, she had caused her father's death. The oil lamp above Su Yu's head emitted green smoke. It was a sign that it was about to be extinguished. Su Yu's eyes were filled with the last bit of emotion, using his last bit of life to comfort her. Kai'er, don't cry. I don't blame you. These were Su Yu's last words to his daughter. However, Su Kai'er cried even more bitterly. She would rather Su Yu hate her, blame her, or even scold her before he died. That would make her feel better. But he didn't. Instead, he used his last bit of life to comfort her, telling her not to be sad. Father, Su Kai'er threw herself at him and hugged him for the first time. She felt for the first time that Su Yu was very distant from her. However, it was a pity that Su Yu's life had already withered away. The oil lamp above his head slowly dissipated and collapsed. The death of a man is like the extinguishing of a lamp. Just like that, a rising generation of the human race completely fell. He did not die in the endless twists and turns. He did not die in the hands of his mortal enemy, the holy body. Instead, he died in the arms of his daughter. Suddenly it began to rain. It was red rain. It was a blood rain. The ground suddenly trembled incessantly. That was the trembling of crying. It was the weeping of the earth. The heavens wept blood, and the earth mourned. The fall of the sacred body of the mortal body caused the heavens and the earth to weep, the common people to mourn, and the whole world to be shaken. He was the last person with a sacred mortal body in the world. He represented the only hope to fight against the holy mountain and destiny. However, in the end, he fell in a pool of blood before the end of the era. Ah, no. Su Kai wailed, tears of regret flowing down her cheeks. I haven't had a good talk with you yet. Don't go. However, only the cold stone statue responded to her. There was no Su Yu in the world. There was no sacred, mortal body. There was no descendant of the ancient god Jilong. The Time Dominator looked up at the sky, her face covered in blood rain, and said indifferently, "Let's go." The red dust path master nodded and came to ground, trying to pick up the bloodline of the Time Dominator, the death eye of the heavenly law, and the legacy of the ancient god Geo. However, a figure flew over. She snatched the death eye of the heavenly law first. The red dust path master looked and found that it was a descendant of the holy demon, the young master of the demon faction, Xiaoye. Her face was covered in blood rain, but most of it was her own tears. She held the death eye of the heavenly law in her palm and stared at the red dust path master with grief and hatred. The look in her eyes made the red dust path master's hair stand on end. She forced herself to be calm and shouted fiercely, "Put it down!" Xiaoye's eyes were still filled with endless hatred. "I want you to die a horrible death." She raised her head and put the death eye of the heavenly law in her mouth. The Time Dominator, who had just turned around, suddenly turned back, and her expression changed drastically. "Time, freeze!" However, she was still a step too late. A white mist seeped out of Xiaoye's body. The time freeze that the Time Dominator had personally performed could not affect her. Oh no! The Time Dominator rushed over and pointed a finger at Xiaoye's brow. Time deprivation! Her tone was full of anxiety and intense killing intent. However, before her finger got close, a white mist swept out from Xiaoye's brow. The Time Dominator's finger had just touched it when it was immediately shattered. Hiss! The Time Dominator was in pain, but she still endured the pain and killed Xiaoye forcefully. Destroy! Xiaoye's body was immediately robbed of all time and turned into a pile of ashes. However, in the ashes, a jade-green bead was constantly emitting dazzling jade-green light. A thick white mist surrounded the bead at high speed. A terrifying aura that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble and the 8-star civilizations to tremble slowly flowed out. For a moment, the other 7 dominators all looked toward the Time Dominator with shock. An existence that was above them had appeared. The red dust Tao Master's heart shook, and he hid behind the Time Dominator. "Ruler, what happened?" The Time Dominator's expression was extremely ugly, and she even felt despair. That girl has the bloodline of a demon emperor. The red dust Tao Master's pupils contracted. Her heart seemed to be grabbed by someone, making it hard for her to breathe. Her mind was filled with Xiaoye's hateful, chilling eyes. "Quick, stop her!" the red dust Tao Master urged. Her heart beat wildly, and it became more and more intense. The Time Dominator shook her head solemnly. "It's too late. Run. Even the 8 dominators together can't suppress the demon emperor. Besides, my true body has already been destroyed, and only my future incarnation is left." The demon emperor was in existence below the 9 sacred ancestors of the last era. Apart from the 9 sacred ancestors, no one in the world could resist them. After saying this, the Time Dominator grabbed the red dust Tao Master and broke through everything to escape. They didn't even care about the bloodline of the Time Dominator and the inheritance of ancient God 9 Darkness. Chapter 2707. Finally, the white mist spun rapidly. The heavenly Tao's eye of death suddenly cracked. A crack actually appeared on it. Hee. A burst of demonic laughter swept out from the heavenly Tao's eye of death. This demon emperor is finally out. In an instant, the entire 8-star civilization trembled violently. The 7 rulers' eyelids twitched, and their faces were filled with shock. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The sky, the entire 8-star civilization's sky darkened. A dark mass enveloped all living beings. The sun and moon disappeared. The stars were gone. All that was left was the terrifying darkness of eternal oblivion. But suddenly in the dark sky, 2 blood moons appeared, shining on the 8-star civilization. The blood moons swept in all directions, enveloping the entire 8-star civilization like a blood purgatory. However, it was not the moon. It was the eyes. It was the demon emperor's eyes. His majestic body crossed the universe, stepping on the 8-star civilization. A huge projection covered the sky, covering the sun, moon, and stars, plunging the world into darkness. The sacred ancestors' land is occupied by insects. How sad! The demon emperor sighed. The darkness shook, and the sun and moon collapsed. The blood vessels of the 7 martial sovereigns exploded, and their respective domains were unleashed uncontrollably. For a moment, the demonic aura enveloped the world. All living beings fell into prostration. Sigh, after the era, the sacred ancestor will be dead. Who can fight me? As soon as he said that, the darkness disappeared. The demon emperor's majestic figure disappeared. However, the heavy pressure still existed. Time domain, southern dream, broken realm. In the sky above Nanming City, a 10,000 feet tall throne of skeletons stood in the sky. On the throne, the skeletons opened their mouths and made disturbing noises. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. On the throne, a 10,000 feet tall giant sat. He tilted his body and looked down at the world with an unrestrained attitude. Under the gaze of a pair of blood-colored eyes, the world trembled. Being stared at, the demons all knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Welcome back, Demon Emperor!" The Demon Emperor's eyes were indifferent. He leaned on the throne, supported his chin with his left hand, and gently curled the fingers of his right hand. Xia Xiaoya's soul body appeared in front of him. She knelt on the ground on one knee. Her body was slowly losing soul fluorescence, making her more and more transparent. "Do you have any last wishes?" the Demon Emperor asked indifferently. It was Xia Xiaoya who had used her bloodline to open the Eye of Death and release the Demon Emperor. Now, Xia Xiaoya's soul had been destroyed. Xia Xiaoya lowered her head. There was only hatred left in her eyes. "Kill that woman! Kill that woman! Kill her!" This was a hatred that she could not forget even in death. They were all red dust Tao Lords. She had caused Su Yu's death. He must die. That woman must die. Anything else? The Demon Emperor looked at her indifferently. Xia He looked at Su Yu's stone statue, and the madness in her eyes faded a lot. She said, "Demon Emperor, please save him." The 2 last wishes were finished. Only then did the Demon Emperor slowly say, "I will help you fulfill your first wish." He raised his eyes and scanned the 4 seas. In an instant, the 8 major regions of the 8-star civilizations trembled continuously. The Time Ruler, who had already escaped from the Time Domain, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The red dust Tao Lord in his hand let out a shriek. This was because a pitch-black demonic palm had appeared behind her. It transcended space, transcended time, and grabbed hold of him. "Ah, save me! Ruler, save me!" She screamed in horror, and a pair of hands grabbed the arms of the Time Ruler. Turning her head, the Time Sovereign sucked in a breath of cold air. "Let go!" The Time Ruler trembled violently, but she could not shake off the extremely terrified red dust Tao Lord. The demonic claw grabbed the red dust Tao Lord and dragged her into the dark world, dragging the Time Ruler along with it. There was a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. The palm slashed fiercely, cutting off both of the red dust Tao Lord's arms. Get lost. Don't drag me down. Ah, don't abandon me. Ruler, you promised me to. The demonic claw dragged the red dust Dowlord away mercilessly. The scene in front of her changed. She found that she had appeared in front of a 10,000 feet tall skeleton throne. There, a demon lord who looked down on the world with unparalleled demonic might was staring at him indifferently. Being stared at by those eyes, the red dust Dowlord found that she could not even move. How do you want her to die? The demon emperor asked. Xiaxiaya looked up, her eyes full of madness, and shouted, I want her to die a horrible death. The demon emperor nodded slowly. With a look, the red dust Dowlord was thrown to the throne. Suddenly, the red dust Dowlord was eaten by countless skeletons. Her skin, flesh, and bones were all eaten by the skeletons, bit by bit, inch by inch. She let out a blood-curdling screech. It was as if she was suffering the most extreme torture in the world. After a long, long time, she was eaten alive without leaving a trace. The demon emperor said calmly, the second last wish. He looked at the stone statue of Suyu and was silent for a moment. He has already died. He can't be saved. The demon emperor shook his head. What? Xiaxiaya's eyes lost focus. She knelt on the ground and begged. Demon emperor, please try your best to save him. Please, please, please save him. Tears rolled down from her soul. It sped up her death. The demon emperor was silent for a long time and said, I can't help you with the second last wish. I can help you rebuild your body and give you the power of the Master of the Heaven Law. The Master of the Heaven Law, that was the highest realm in the world. It was a realm that countless powerful people dreamed of but could not achieve. Moreover, Xiaxiaya did not have to die. Xiaxiaya shook her head in tears. No, I don't want it. As long as the demon emperor can save him, I will die willingly. The demon emperor looked at Xiaxiaya and said slowly, Is it worth it for a mortal? Was it so difficult to choose between the realm of the Master of the Heaven Law and the life of others? Why was this descendant so irrational? Xiaxiaya said with tears in her eyes, In life, the sacrifice of some people is not measured by whether it is worth it or not, but by whether they are willing or not. My answer to Suyu is yes. She kowtowed deeply. Please, Demon Emperor, I am willing to sacrifice my whole life just for him to open his eyes once. The Demon Emperor was silent for a long time. The world fell silent as if waiting for the Demon Emperor's answer. Finally, he slowly stood up from the throne and sighed. The heavenly law is heartless, but there is love in the world. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. His figure continued to shrink. Finally, he turned into the size of a normal person and came in front of Su Yu's stone statue. Looking at his missing chest, he said, He was killed by a fragment of the stone-birth Son of Heaven. He should not have been saved, but he was very lucky. The Demon Emperor made a grabbing motion in the air and forcefully took out an item from Su Yu's space storage device. Chapter 2708. This item can be the heart. The Demon Emperor said indifferently. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a silver-white stone. The stone was the fruit of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, which Su Yu had cultivated for many years. After the outer shell of the fruit cracked, the stones fell out. This stone was extremely heavy. Once it was released, it could crush any seven-star civilization. Even now, Su Yu couldn't easily pick it up. However, the Demon Emperor had easily grasped it in his palm. Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower was shattered by the human ancestor. His body was split into 4. The Demon Emperor recalled. There was a deep sense of melancholy in his eyes. If you had obtained any part of the body, it would have been useless. But you just had to obtain the heart. The Demon Emperor revealed the true origin of the stone in the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit. Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's heart. Back then, the Mirrorflower Heavenly Empress and the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Empress were both shattered by the Renzu. Before the nine-tailed heavenly prince died, he used the heavenly Tao's death eye to steal a portion of heavenly prince Mirrorflower's heart. He hid it in the supreme growing soil in his eyes. However, Suyu had accidentally planted the heavenly orchid silver bamboo in the nursery. It absorbed the heart and condensed it into a single fruit. Suyu had held this object for many years, but he still didn't understand its function. The demon emperor looked at Suyu with a playful look in his eyes. The body of the sacred mortal body, the heart of the stone-birth son of heaven. If the two were to fuse, what kind of existence would be born? The demon emperor said slowly, "Mortal sacred body, stone-birth son of heaven." They were all supreme existences in the world. One represented the common people. One represented the sacred mountain. The two of them were opposing existences, but now he was going to fuse the most important heart of an emperor into the chest of a sacred mortal body. It was really hard to say what would happen with this unprecedented feat. Even the demon emperor had a trace of curiosity and anticipation. As he spoke, the demon emperor struck the emperor's heart into Suyu's chest. However, as soon as he placed it in, the stone slid out on its own. As expected, the two are unable to naturally fuse together, the demon emperor lightly said, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he forcibly placed the emperor's heart into Suyu's chest with his powerful demonic might. Seeing that the son of heaven's heart was unwilling to fuse with it, the demon emperor used his own strength to set up a seal. He forcefully sealed the emperor's heart in Suyu's chest. No matter how much the stone jumped and resisted, it was unable to break free. After the stone was placed in place, the hideous wound on his chest actually began to heal, wrapping around his heart. Subsequently, dong dong, the soft sound of a heartbeat resounded in the silent air. The emperor's heart had successfully fused with Suyu's body. However, Suyu's petrified body did not change. He was like a stone man with an empty heart. Demon Emperor, why hasn't he recovered yet? Xia Xiaoye asked. The Devil Emperor said, I did fix his heart, but his body is already dead. There's no way to fix it. What? Xia Xiaoye's relaxed heart tightened again. Since that was the case, what was the point of the Demon Emperor placing a heart for him? Unless someone is willing to sacrifice themselves. The Demon Emperor looked at Xia Xiaoye, then at Su Kai, and Qin Xianer. Xia Xiaoye bowed. Please guide me, Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, the injuries of the stone-birth son of heaven need to be treated with the blood of a sacred mortal body. Holy mortal body? Despair filled Xia Xiaoye's eyes. The sacred mortal body in the world had long been extinct. Perhaps Su Yu was the last sacred mortal body. Where could he find a second sacred mortal body? The sacred mortal body. He still has one. The Demon Emperor grabbed the air and forcibly took out the corpse of the waning moon empress's holy mortal body from Su Yu's space storage device. Xia Xiaoye was immediately overjoyed. Su Yu could be saved now. However, the Demon Emperor's next words struck deep into her heart. However, the blood of the sacred mortal body is the most dangerous bloodline in the world. The Demon Emperor's face was grave. To smear the blood of the sacred mortal body on every corner of the stone statue, one must have the resolve to die. Even the Demon Emperor was unwilling to touch the blood of the sacred mortal body, because it would indiscriminately harm anyone who touched it. Even the Demon Emperor was no exception. I'll use my life to save my father. Su Kai was like a person who saw a chance for redemption. As long as Suyu could come back to life, she didn't care what happened to her. The Demon Emperor ignored her and used his powerful demonic power to cut open the wrist of the sacred mortal body. Suddenly, a stream of 9-colored blood flowed out from the wrist. He moved slightly away and said indifferently, Who's next? Me. Xia Xiaoye was the closest and took the lead to catch the blood of the sacred mortal body. When Su Kai I was about to come closer. Xia Xiaoya pushed her away. She looked at Su Kai, her eyes filled with relief. The life that your father sacrificed everything to save shouldn't be destroyed so easily. But Su Kai bit her lip. Xia Xiaoya stared deeply at Su Yu and murmured, "There are no buts. I did everything willingly." Her finger was stained with a trace of the blood of the sacred mortal body. Her finger was immediately set ablaze. The intense burning pain caused Xia Xiaoya's soul to fade faster, but her face was full of a happy smile. "It was my greatest luck to have met your father in this life." Xia Xiaoya smiled and smeared the blood of the sacred mortal body on Su Yu's face. After smearing it, the petrified area immediately returned to its normal color. She stained it again and continued to smear it. The destructive power of the blood of the sacred mortal body was causing her soul to dissipate continuously. But the smile on her face became more and more serene. "I thought I would live my life in a muddle until I met your father." Xia Xiaoya seemed to be recalling the most beautiful memories of her life. "At first we were friends. Then we became enemies. In the end we became friends again." More than half of Xia Xiaoya's soul had dissipated. The demon emperor saw this but did not stop her. From the moment Xia Xiaoya sacrificed her body to release him, she was already dead. That was exactly what she had said. She was willing to sacrifice herself for Su Yu. Su Kai, Er's eyes were misty with tears. "Stop, this is what I should do." Xia Xiaoya was immersed in deep memories, unable to extricate herself. She said to herself, "Do you know why? Because of your father's character, we became friends again." Su Kai listened quietly. It was the first time she had heard someone else talk about her father. It was the first time she imagined how extraordinary he was. Xia Xiaoya turned to look at Su Kai and said softly, "You are really enviable to have such a father." Her gaze passed through Su Kai and landed on Qin Xianer, who had a complicated look on her face. "But the one I am most jealous of has always been you." From the first time she saw Qin Xianer, she knew she was Su Yu's wife who had lost her memory. From that moment on, she had been jealous. Jealous that Qin Xianer had Su Yu. But Su Yu's heart only held Qin Xianer. There was no room for anyone else. At this moment, Xia Xiaoya had already smeared Su Yu's entire body. Only the last wisp was left. She swept up a wisp of the blood of the sacred mortal body. Her soul was already so transparent that it was almost invisible. The glow of her soul completely dissipated. She was about to return to dust. Chapter 2709. Why did you meet Su Yu first? Why? Xia Xiaoya's face was filled with loneliness and regret. If she had met Su Yu first, would there have been a different outcome? "Thank you, I'm sorry." Qin Xianer lowered her head in shame. She felt extremely complicated. She should have been the one to save her husband. However, the sacrifice was a woman who loved her husband. She watched from the side. At this moment, Qin Xianer felt inferior and had a complicated feeling of being outshone. In the end, she was still a selfish woman. So selfish that she only wanted to use Su Yu alone. So selfish that she only wanted to live and be with Su Yu. Xia Xiaoya smiled softly, and her smile became transparent. "No need to thank me. No need to apologize. Take this as my blessing to you." After saying that, her soul completely collapsed. Before disappearing, Xia Xiaoya said one last time, "Please don't tell him that I died for him. He will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Goodbye, Su Yu." Finally, she gazed deeply at Su Yu, who had returned to his human form, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Then she completely disappeared. Xia Xiaoya was no longer in this world. The sometimes calm and sometimes mischievous Xia Xiaoya was no longer there. All that was left was the echo of that one sentence, "I am willing." Qin Xianer covered her face and burst into tears. Su Kai also knelt on the ground, her heart filled with endless remorse and guilt. Everything was her fault. Everything was her fault. The demon emperor shook his head and said, "What is love in the world? Only life and death are unpredictable." He strode away and said without looking back, "He will wake up in 10 years. Saint body, emperor's heart. It was a unique fusion that could not be completed so easily. Su Yu needed to sleep for 10 years before he could be reborn. At this moment, Su Yu, the consciousness that had originally dissipated, had actually gathered again. He felt that everything in front of him was pitch black. "Am I dead or alive?" Su Yu murmured. This half-conscious, half-unconscious state made it difficult for him to distinguish anything. He did not know how long he had been in this state. In Su Yu's pitch-black world, a blood-red glimmer suddenly appeared. That glimmer gave the infinite darkness the only hope. Then there was a second glimmer. A third. The dark world was no longer monotonous, and the coldness around him slowly faded. There was a hint of warmth. It was like the feeling of being hugged by his mother when he was young. There was a trace of vitality in his consciousness. It was as if a dead ancient tree had a trace of vitality. He stared at the red light, his consciousness filled with confusion. Warm and familiar, Su Yu murmured. He seemed to have seen that red light before. But at this moment his consciousness was in a state of chaos, as if all his past memories had been severed. More and more blood-red light appeared, expelling all the darkness. Only then did Su Yu realize that he was lying in a coffin. He abruptly stood up and looked around in alarm. He realized that there was an empty coffin beside him. There used to be a person lying inside. Just like him. He suddenly woke up and left the coffin. He stood up and looked at the blood-red land in confusion. "Where am I? Are you dead or alive?" Su Yu faintly felt that he was already dead. However, for some unknown reason, he appeared in this strange world. Suddenly, Su Yu discovered that there was an ancient gate standing on the ground at the end of the boundless world. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu stepped out of the coffin and landed on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the earth began to tremble. It seemed to be afraid. With every step he took, the earth trembled fiercely, and he left a series of deep footprints. However, not long after, those footprints turned into lines of heavenly script characters. Su Yu was at a loss as he came to the door. This door was exceptionally old and very ordinary. It was like a wooden door in an abandoned house that had been eroded by the wind and rain. It could be smashed to pieces with just a strong kick. However, Su Yu only had the strength to walk, so he could not kick it open. He held the door handle and tried to push the door open. In the end, he did not succeed, and there was nothing around that he could borrow. Su Yu's weak consciousness told himself, if he wanted to leave this world, he might have to open this strange door. But he had no strength left. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly noticed that a rabbit was rushing over from a distance. It panicked and did not know where it was going. Carelessly, he bumped into the door. Bang! It was knocked unconscious on the spot. Su Yu was stunned and picked up the rabbit. At this moment, he heard the sound of growling. Hunger? Ever since he entered the martial arts world, he had not felt hunger for 200 years. The long-lost feeling made Su Yu feel very fresh. The rabbit in front of him also stimulated his appetite. However, this rabbit must have encountered danger for it to run over so randomly. He could not stay here for long. He carried the rabbit and walked into the distance. There was a small protruding hill there, and it was the only place in sight that could hide them. He came to the foot of the hill. Su Yu looked at the rabbit in his hand. He did not even have the strength to skin it. Even if he did, there was no dagger or other tools. There were no materials to start a fire, but his stomach was getting hungrier. Looking at the rabbit in front of him, he could not bear the hunger in his heart. Like a barbarian, he bit down. He thought it would be difficult to bite through the rabbit's skin, or that it would be full of fishy smell. But strangely, he bit off a piece of meat very easily. There was no blood in the meat. It was all glistening, fragrant pieces of meat. After one bite, Suyu felt his body become warmer, and faintly felt his body become more powerful. He ate a few mouthfuls in a row and completely destroyed the rabbit. Suddenly, Suyu's whole body heated up and his body was full of strength. He threw a punch, which was equivalent to a mortal's martial arts practitioner. He was about to go back and open the door. Suddenly, 3 figures ran over from afar. They were carrying bows and arrows on their backs, standing not far from the door and looking around. "Where is the rabbit?" All 3 of them had blurry faces. Even their voices were very vague. The person in the middle had a blurry body. On the left was a woman, and on the right was a man. It was a strange creature with a mix of men and women. Strange, the rabbit was chased by us, and it did come here. Why can't we see its shadow? Uncle, look at the ground, there are footprints. On the right, a person covered in thorns suddenly noticed something strange. The person in the middle looked in the direction of the footprints and immediately said, "Let's go and see who dares to steal our prey." The 3 of them followed the footprints and ran over. Suyu was observing in secret. Seeing this, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately ran up the mountain. But this mountain was full of bare, strange trees. There was no hiding place. Therefore, the 3 hunters at the foot of the mountain immediately discovered Suyu. "It's really a person," the woman said in surprise. Chapter 27:10. The man in the middle looked excited. "It's a perfect celestial being, a celestial being. Chase him." He took the bow and arrow from his back and shot it at Suyu. Suyu had just eaten a rabbit, so his body was full of energy. He dodged the arrow and successfully dodged it. The arrow missed its target and landed on the ground. Puff! Unexpectedly, the arrow had sunk halfway into the ground. A sparkling liquid emerged from the depths of the ground. Suyu was startled. Wasn't this the elite liquid found in rabbit meat? Could it be? As he was thinking, the ground suddenly shook. Suyu felt the sky become lower, and the ground quickly collapsed. No, the hill under his feet was rising at an alarming speed. Soon he was 10,000 feet high in the sky. A long, round body came into view. On the ground, 3 figures screamed in terror, "Run, it's the Snake King!" The hill Suyu was on was actually the head of a giant snake. At this moment, the snake's head was raised high, coldly staring at the 3 figures. One of them dived down. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the 3 figures were crushed into dust by the snake's head. Suyu was shocked, and he immediately hugged the densely packed hair on the giant snake's body. Suddenly, Suyu froze. How could a snake have hair? Hiss! Until a sharp hissing sound could be heard. He looked, only to find that the hair he was hugging was bending. The roots of the hair drilled out of the ground, revealing a ferocious snake head. He was not the only one. The other trees were the same. It turned out that those were not hair at all. They were snakes, their bodies inserted into the Snake King's body. Now that they were awakened by Suyu's presence, they revealed their original forms and surrounded him. Each of the snakes was thicker than Suyu. With hundreds of snakes surrounding him, Suyu was not enough for them. Fortunately, they had just revealed their original forms, and their movements were slow. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu stepped on their bodies and fled down the mountain. Before the giant snake began to slither away, he jumped down from its body. The Snake King did not notice and continued to slither forward. With just a gentle slither, it instantly left Suyu's line of sight and disappeared without a trace. Suyu was left with a face full of fear. Where exactly am I? Suyu was at a loss. Why was everything he saw so absurd and bizarre? He looked at the 3 figures on the ground that had been reduced to a pile of meat. He picked up the bow of the person in the middle. He took a closer look at the bow and found that there were 3 words carved on it. Tiani Bao. Suyu's eyes were filled with confusion. Tiani Bao. I feel like I've met you before. He seemed to have encountered it somewhere before. However, having a bow and arrow was still a good thing. It's easier to kill small animals. After the short activity, just now he found that he was hungry again. Where should I go? Suyu asked as he surveyed his surroundings. In the end, he chose to go in the opposite direction of the Snake King. He did not want to encounter the Snake King. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Just like that, he wandered aimlessly. Occasionally, they would run into some wild rabbits, pheasants, and other small animals, and they had to rely on the Tiani about to kill them. However, they were unable to completely fill their stomachs. I'll be hungry soon. As time passed, Suyu lost track of how far he had walked. He was exhausted with hunger and his eyes were spinning. A city appeared at the end of his line of sight. Then he came to the gate of the city immediately. On the horizontal board of the city gate, there were a few complete characters written on it. Jinlong City. Suyu murmured. He also found the name familiar. It seemed he had seen it somewhere before. Standing at the gate of the city, Suyu looked into the city and found all the people in the city were human beings with blurred faces and weird shapes. Their skin was dull like ashy white. Also, all of them were wearing the same white clothes. It seemed someone had died here. Everyone in the city was wearing mourning clothes. It gave people a chilling feeling of strangeness. After hesitating for a while, Suyu decided to enter the city to see whether he could find food. However, when he was about to enter the city, someone grabbed his wrist. When he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl in a long red dress was grabbing his wrist. The girl was very beautiful. She was like a fairy with a face that could drive people crazy. She shook her head and said in a low voice, "That is a place where people are eaten. Don't go there." Hearing her voice, the noisy Jinlong City fell into dead silence all of a sudden. Yes, dead silence. It seemed all the sounds were cut off by a sharp sword. All the people in the city stopped. They turned their heads to look at Suyu, and the girl in the red dress were standing at the gate of the city. Then, all of them rushed out of the city while screaming, "Let's go!" The girl grabbed Suyu and ran away quickly. She was so strong that she grabbed Suyu as if he was a bag of cotton. Also, she ran very fast. The arrows that were shot at them from behind were not as fast as her. After several breaths, the city disappeared from their sight. At last, they couldn't see it anymore. However, the excited and chilling screams could still be heard. After running for a long time, the girl in the red dress stopped at last. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead while gasping for breath. Then, she took out 2 red peonies. She ate one and gave the other to Suyu. After eating it, Suyu felt his body was warm and his hunger was gone. At the same time, his body was filled with great strength. He had a feeling he could lift a hill. "Who are you?" Suyu asked as he looked at the girl in front of him. She was the only person in this world who could see her real face and body. "Me." The girl looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "I am Xia Xiaoya." "Xia Xiaoya?" Suyu was confused. He found the name familiar. "Have we met before?" Suyu asked. The girl nodded. "Yes." Suyu was delighted. "Are we friends?" "No." The girl shook her head. Just as Suyu was feeling disappointed, the girl suddenly opened her arms and hugged Suyu, burying her head in his chest. "I am your wife." The girl cried. "Wife?" Suyu was shocked. "Xia Xiaoya is my wife?" Xia pulled Suyu and said, "Let's go. I will take you to see my father." Suyu had nowhere to go, so he let her pull him to a faraway place. On the way, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoya, what is this place? Why is everyone but you and me blurry?" Suyu couldn't help but ask. Xia Xiaoya explained, "This place is called Memory City. Only the dead come here." She looked at Suyu deeply. Suyu's expression was very calm. He sighed and said, "I am really dead." "Yes, you are dead. Everything you see is your memory from when you were alive." Xia Xiaoya lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with apology. "Because of your death, these memories have become distorted, blurry and crazy. That is why their faces are blurry and their bodies are strange. Su Yu suddenly understood. However, he looked at Xiaxiaya strangely. Then why are you clear? Chapter 27:11. Because I am your wife, the person you remember the most. Xiaxiaya hugged Su Yu's arm and said with a smile, Is that so? Su Yu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Come home with me. Our daughter is waiting for us, Xiaxiaya said with a sweet smile. Home? Daughter? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat as if he had thought of something, but it was just a flash of inspiration. The memory was completely blurred again. 10 days later, Xiaxiaya took Su Yu to a faraway place. It was no longer a dark wilderness. Instead, it was a green bamboo forest. There was an exquisite manor in the forest. In the manor, a young girl whose face couldn't be seen clearly was playing happily. When she saw Su Yu, she immediately came up to him and threw herself into his arms. Father! Su Yu felt very unfamiliar, but he nodded calmly. Oh, Father, don't you recognize me? I am Sukaya. Sukaya? Su Yu felt very familiar. Father, didn't you bring me a gift when you went hunting? Sukai, said with dissatisfaction. Su Yu took off the tiani bow from his back and handed it to Sukai. This is for you. Sukai smiled sweetly. Thank you, Father. After a pause, she took out a palm-sized oil lamp. I found this on the ground. It's for you, Father. An old oil lamp? Su Yu took it. The moment he touched it, he felt a sense of kinship. It was as if the oil lamp was a part of him. Husband, don't think so much. Let's eat first. Xiaoya pulled him in. The family of 3 sat at the table and ate. Father, you have worked hard. Eat more. Su Kai was very obedient, putting food into Su Yu's bowl. Xia looked at him from time to time with a deep sense of happiness on her face. Su Yu felt an indescribable sense of comfort. A small courtyard, a bamboo forest, a wife, a daughter, a warm and comfortable life. There was no intrigue, no conspiracy, no enemies. This scene was very familiar. Or maybe it was what he had dreamed of. Whatever. Wasn't it good to live like this? Husband, from now on, you stay at home with Kai, and I will go hunting. Xiaoya had a meaningful look in her eyes. Su Yu shook his head. How can I do that? I'm a man. I should be the one to support this family. Xiaoya's eyes welled up with tears. However, he was not moved. It was sour. The next day, Su Yu, Xiaoya, and Su Kai went out to hunt in the outside world. After a whole day, he had gained a lot. As the number of prey increased, Su Yu's power became stronger and stronger. A year later, he would be able to run faster than lightning. They could even occasionally fly off the ground. Wife, if I fly, will I become a fairy? Su Yu asked Xiaoya with a smile. She smiled and shook her head. Then she nodded and said, You will. You will fly very, very far. Su Yu revealed a satisfied smile. If I can fly, I will surely take you with me. Hearing this, Xiaoya only smiled. In a corner that Su Yu couldn't see, a look of disappointment flashed across her face. The peaceful days lasted for several years. Su Yu was used to hunting every day and accompanying his wife and daughter. He felt that it was good to continue living like this. There was no need to explore that door any further. However, until a day of thunderstorms, a bolt of lightning flashed. Hundreds of black shadows surrounded the house in the darkness of the night. Su Yu got up in alarm. He found that Xiaoya had already woken up. She was standing on the roof, staring at the surroundings. Wife, who are those people? Xiaoya said with a complicated expression, Some people who will eat people. After saying this, Xiaoya jumped down and fought with the shadows under the lightning without a care for herself. Su Yu did not wait for death. He rushed out. As soon as he went over, the group of shadows went crazy as if they were possessed, all pouncing toward Su Yu. Their attacks were very strange. The strangest thing was that some of them could really fly. However, the most powerful one was a person holding a golden long sword. He stabbed out with his sword, exploding with golden flames. Xiaxiaya was careless and was injured by the golden flames. Suyu rushed over and protected her in front of him. He shouted, "All of you get lost!" With a roar, he quickly struck out. The shadows were very weak in his hands. They were killed with one touch. An hour later, Suyu was exhausted, but everyone had been killed. After they died, they gradually turned pale and disappeared from the earth. Only the golden crystal long sword was left on the ground. Suyu picked it up and couldn't help but murmur, "The limitless karmic flame long sword?" Why did it sound familiar again? After thinking about it, Suyu threw it away and wrapped his arm around Xiaxiaya's waist. "I don't want to think about these things anymore. I just want to spend every day with you." However, ever since then, their peaceful life had been completely broken. Every once in a while, a group of people would besiege them. Moreover, the people who appeared became more and more powerful. From the initial ease of dealing with them, it became extremely difficult. During the last time, Xiaxiaya was even injured and bedridden. Suyu sat in front of the window, taking care of Xiaxiaya, whose face was gradually turning pale. He said worriedly, "Wife, tomorrow I will go hunt the Snake King and use its gallbladder to replenish your body." Xiaxiaya smiled weakly and shook her head. "No, I don't want you to do dangerous things for me." Suyu nodded. However, the next morning, he still set off to find the Snake King. Now that he could fly, he could travel 10,000 miles in a day. The Snake King's huge body made it very easy to find him. Half a day later, he found a hill. It was the Snake King. The Snake King also found Suyu. It suddenly raised its head and spat a mouthful of black venom at Suyu. Suyu dodged it carefully and jumped onto the Snake King's head. He clenched his fist and punched it hard. All of a sudden, a pit was formed on the snake's head. The Snake King was furious and used all its skills to fight with Suyu. Suyu was not discouraged. He tried his best to deal with it. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, the Snake King's skin and flesh were torn open. It could not bear it anymore and fell to the ground. Suyu was pleased. He moved his body with difficulty and cut open the Snake King's stomach to take out the gallbladder. However, he did not find the gallbladder. There was only a small cauldron the size of a palm where the gallbladder should be. 9 lifelike dragons were carved on the small cauldron. Suyu had a complicated look in his eyes as he threw it to the ground. For many years, every time he killed a group of people, he would always get a weapon from them. Every one of them gave him a sense of déjà vu. Some fragmented memories flashed in his mind from time to time. He had a feeling that if he could get more of those memories, perhaps he would have to say goodbye to his life in the bamboo forest. Therefore, every time he got a weapon, he would throw it away. Looking at the giant corpse of the Snake King in front of him, Suyu carried it back. Chapter 27:12. Suyu's heart tightened, and he immediately went to the bed. Xiaoya's breathing was weak, and her face was extremely pale. Suyu immediately took out a piece of Snake King meat and stuffed it into Xiaoya's mouth. However, her complexion did not improve in the slightest. "No need." Xiaoya smiled bitterly. "Haven't you noticed that my body has been weakening since the beginning?" Being injured at that time only accelerated his weakening. Suyu was silent. He had discovered it long ago. From the first day they came into contact with Xiaoya, he noticed that her body was growing dimmer by the day. When they first met, she was wearing a red dress. But now, the dress she was wearing was a little dim. "Husband, do you still remember how long it has been since you woke up?" Xiaoya asked. Suyu said 10 years. Determination flashed through Xiaoya's eyes as if she had decided on something. "Kair, come here." Su Kai immediately knelt in front of the bed and sobbed. "Husband, it's been 10 years. Have you ever wondered why our child is always so big?" Suyu was silent. He wasn't blind, so how could he not see Su Kai's strange behavior? Su Yu, go and open that door. Xia Xiaoye pulled open the bedside table with difficulty. All of the weapons placed inside were weapons that Su Yu had picked up in the past. There was even a small cauldron with 9 dragons carved on it. Bring these, said Xia Xiaoye. Su Yu shook his head. I won't go anywhere. I will just stay here and accompany you. Xia Xiaoye smiled and leaned in his arms with tears of sorrow and reluctance in her eyes. Gradually, she let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was as if they were going to be separated forever. Su Yu, thank you for granting me my long-cherished wish of 10 years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Xia Xiaoye said. Su Yu felt that it was strange. When he looked down, Xia Xiaoye's face, which was originally very clear, started to blur. Wife, what happened? Su Yu asked anxiously. Xia Xiaoye muttered. I'm sorry, Su Yu. I lied to you. I'm not your wife. Your wife and your daughter are on the other side of the door. Everything you've experienced is in fact fake. As if in response to her words, the bamboo forest dispersed and the manor disappeared. Su Kai also turned into mist and dissipated. All that was left was a gray world. The bed that Xia Xiaoye was lying on turned into a cold floor. Su Yu hugged Xia Xiaoye tightly. It was as if he had a premonition that they were going to part. His heart was filled with sorrow. I know everything. There were so many flaws, so many strange things. How could he not know? How could he not think? However, he did not want to destroy that rare peace and warmth. As expected of you, even though you are in the sinkhole and your consciousness is sealed, you are still so smart and able to see through everything. Xia Xiaoye's face became more and more blurry. Soon, her facial features would be blurry. Xia Xiaoye pushed him away and revealed the last smile of her life. Su Yu, go and find your real life. She maintained her smile. Thank you for using 10 years to make up for my regrets. Goodbye, my love. After saying that, Xia Xiaoye's facial features were completely blurred. Even the smile on his face disappeared. Her body slowly became transparent, and like Su Kai, she turned into mist. He disappeared before Su Yu's eyes, disappeared from his life. Su Yu tried to pull her back with both of his hands, but all he grabbed was air. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Su Yu screamed at the top of his lungs. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He looked at the empty world, at the wife, daughter, and home that he had suddenly lost. Su Yu's heart was filled with sorrow. He sat where he was, looking at the blood-red sky, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, as he looked at it, Su Yu found 3 vague words in the clouds in the sky. The world of Sinkhole. Is this the world of Sinkhole? Su Yu murmured. Where did Xiao Yu go? Will we ever meet again? One day and one night later, Su Yu finally got up. His face was a little disappointed, lost, and listless as he walked towards the ancient door that he had seen in the first place. The door was still the same door, but when Su Yu pushed it gently, the door creaked. Inside the door, dazzling sunlight shone. Su Yu closed his eyes subconsciously, feeling very warm. He opened his eyes little by little. What came into view was a bamboo forest and a manor. This is... Su Yu was startled, a little excited. Could it be husband? The person outside the door shouted in surprise when she heard the noise. Su Yu's heart was beating fast, and he couldn't help but shout, Xiao Yu! However, the person who walked in was not Xia Xiaoye, but a beautiful woman with an exquisite face. At the same time, his mind was swollen, and many memories surged into his consciousness like a tide. Everything came back to him. He fought with the Time Master and was plotted against by the Red Dust Path Master. So he chose to commit suicide to save his daughter, Su Kai. He should have died, but now he was alive again. Am I not dead? Su Yu asked the beautiful woman in front of him. He had already remembered that she was Qin Xianer. She was his real wife. Qin Xianer threw herself into his arms in surprise and said with tears of joy, "The demon emperor came to this world and rebuilt your heart with the heart of the emperor." The demon emperor, the heart of the world? So you didn't care about these things. "How long have I been asleep?" Su Yu asked. Qin Xianer said, 10 years. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. 10 years. In the world of Sinkhole, he and Xia Xiaoya spent 10 years as husband and wife. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. "Xianer, where is Xia Xiaoya?" Su Yu asked. Qin Xianer's body stiffened, and she bit her lips. She lowered her head and said, "She sacrificed herself for you." "Don't." Su Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He felt as if his heart had been stabbed. "Sacrificed?" Su Yu said in a daze. Qin Xianer looked apologetic. She had promised Xia Xiaoya that she would not tell Su Yu that she had died. However, Qin Xianer could not keep it a secret. Her sacrifice for Su Yu should be known by Su Yu. Xia Xiaoya sacrificed her body to release the demon emperor, and she sacrificed her soul to resolve your petrification. Su Yu was in a daze for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he immediately performed the resurrection from the dead. However, it was to no avail. He did not believe it, so he performed it again and again. Even though his body had just recovered from a serious illness, he did not want to stop trembling. Qin Xianer pressed his hand with tears in her eyes. "Brother Su Yu, don't torture yourself. Miss Xiaoya has died." Su Yu stopped in a daze. Scenes from 10 years ago appeared in his mind. It was the world of Sinkhole, a place where he and Xia Xiaoya should have been. However, Xia Xiaoya did not want Su Yu to be lonely for 10 years, so that he would not be lost in the world of Sinkhole, so that he would not be lonely for 10 years. She gave him the courage and purpose to survive, until his consciousness could leave the world of Sinkhole and return to his body. Chapter 27:13. Not a single trace of it was forgotten. "Xiaoya!" Su Yu's hands trembled slightly. His heart was filled with boundless sorrow. What followed was anger, killing intent, and monstrous resentment. "Where is the red dust path master?" Su Yu stood up slowly, his whole body emitting an ice-cold aura. Qin Xianer said, "Little Yu has already been granted the demon emperor's death." Su Yu's murderous intent did not diminish. "What about the future incarnation of the Time Sovereign?" he asked again. Qin Xianer shook her head. After he escaped, he went into hiding. No one knows where he is now. Hide? Su Yu wished he could skin the Time Master alive. It was all the Time Sovereign's fault. He was the one who had killed Xia Xiaoya. Creak! He clenched his fists and was about to take a step forward. However, his legs were incomparably heavy and didn't listen to him. He almost fell over. Qin Xianer supported him and said, "Husband, I know how you feel. I also hope to avenge Sister Xiaoyu, but please take care of yourself first. The Demon Emperor said that you are the fusion of the mortal body and the son of heaven's heart. Your body has just fused, so you need time to adapt." Su Yu found it difficult to quell his hatred. He only looked at Qin Xianer, who took care of his feelings, tolerated him, and understood him. Su Yu's heart was filled with warmth and softness. He hugged Qin Xianer and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for giving you the cold shoulder." Qin Xianer shook her head. "Hubby has always been by my side. How could a good girl like little sister you be neglected?" Su Yu thought for a moment, then told Qin Xianer everything that had happened during his 10 years of slumber. This was a sign of respect for her. Qin Xianer's expression stiffened for a moment, and it was only after a long while that she calmed down. She lay in Su Yu's embrace and said, "I'm very upset, but if it's Sister Xiaoya, I can try to accept it." Xia Xiaoya had given up everything. Was she not allowed to stay in the Void Realm and accompany Su Yu for 10 years as his wife? After that, Qin Xianer hugged Su Yu even tighter. "Also, I'm very happy that you didn't hide it from me." Qin Xianer suddenly felt safe. Su Yu could hide it from her, but he still chose to tell her. That was because he had her in his heart. Suyu patted her back and said softly, "I'm sorry for making you suffer." In the next few days, Suyu suppressed the killing intent in his heart and tried his best to adapt to his new body. The demon emperor said that it was only his heart that had changed. Actually, it wasn't. His body had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Before this, his body wasn't that strong. However, at this moment, his physique was too strong. If he wasn't careful and didn't control his strength properly, he could cause devastating damage. The walking stick in his hand was a 4-star Dao artifact. However, in the past few days, he had already crushed quite a few of them. If it had been in the past, how could he have possibly crushed a 4-star Dao artifact? Even a half-star Dao artifact could not be destroyed by his physique alone. Based on initial estimations, the toughness of his physique was very likely to have reached the level of an Earth Lord. Moreover, as time passed, the strength of his physique continued to increase. Besides that, his cultivation base had also skyrocketed. He was originally at the peak of Nirvana Void, but now he was at the peak of Nirvana Void. He directly skipped the Void Nirvana realm. He was only a step away from reaching the Dao Lord realm. The reason he was able to reach this stage was probably because his body had been completely smeared with the blood of that saint body. However, the changes in his body and cultivation were not the most eye-catching. The most surprising thing was Suyu's heart moved, and the ancient oil lamp appeared above his head. Before he died, the oil lamp had already run out of oil, and the flame had been extinguished. At this moment, the flame was unprecedentedly strong. A steady stream of lamp oil gathered in the oil lamp. This was the effect of the emperor's heart. There was a large amount of emperor's blood in the emperor's heart. After fusing with Suyu's body, he had the emperor's blood in his body. Therefore, there was no need for external emperor's blood. He only needed to move his heart, and the emperor's blood would be supplied to the oil lamp. However, the drawbacks were obvious. That was, Suyu would feel extreme exhaustion in his heart, and his whole body would become uncomfortable, unable to move. Therefore, it was only suitable to use it in some special life and death situations. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to use the blood in the emperor's heart. Husband, what do you plan to do with the time domain bloodline? Qin Xianer took out a container. It contained the bloodline of the Time Master. As long as one had the bloodline of the Time Master, he could absorb it and reach the Yuan level of the domain. What about the Star Rain Empress? Suyu asked. She had dreamed of becoming the Time Master all her life. Now her wish could be fulfilled. Her? She has left with several other Time Masters to go to other master domains to persuade them to stop the war and stop the Master's plot to destroy the defense formation. Suyu was surprised. She doesn't want the position of the Time Master anymore. Qin Sienna smiled. She doesn't want it anymore. In the time domain, except for Nanming City, which is still intact, the rest is in ruins. It's useless even if she says it. That little girl. Suyu was amused. She had worked so hard for her whole life, but she suddenly gave it up. I think she just can't bear to let you go, Qin Xianer said quietly. Suyu asked, why do you say that? Qin Xianer said, your battle with the Time Master has exposed your identity as the successor of the ancient god Julong. If she becomes the Time Master, can you still live in peace? Of course, she couldn't. The Masters and the ancient gods were eternal enemies. For husband, she doesn't even want the position of the Time Master. Her heart is really deep, Qin Xianer said with jealousy. Suyu touched her nose and said, I only see her as a younger sister. Qin Xianer pouted slightly. She doesn't necessarily see you as a brother. Suyu smiled but didn't say anything. By the way, why don't I see Kai? Suyu missed her. He hadn't seen Su Kai for a few days after he woke up. Could it be that she still hated him? She left, Qin Xianer said with a complicated look. Suyu was surprised. Where did she go? Where could she go now that the war was in full swing? She went to live her own life. Qin Xianer sighed. She didn't have the face to see you, so she wanted to go out and train to repay her guilt. Su Yu was startled. Silly child. As a parent, would you blame your child? Qin Xianer had accepted it. She will leave us sooner or later. Now, it's just a matter of bringing it forward. Su Yu thought about it and nodded. Under the protection of him and Qin Xianer, Su Kai would never grow up. Only through training could she grow up quickly. The two of them were talking. A clear and urgent voice came from outside the courtyard. I heard that you have woken up, so I came to pay you a visit. It was the descendant of the Space Master, Yanran. Su Yu's expression became solemn. I guess the Space Master has passed away, or is about to pass away. Chapter 27:14. Come in, Su Yu said. Yanran happily entered. Seeing that Su Yu had really woken up, his face beamed with joy, and he knelt down on one knee and said, Greetings, Senior. Su Yu stared at her and said, You should already know my identity. Is it really appropriate for you to continue worshipping me? Yanran did not care at all. The grudge between ancient God Nine Dragon and the 8 gods is a matter of the previous generation. It has nothing to do with our generation. His words were based on the fact that Su Yu was powerful enough. If he was as weak as he was when he first came to the 8-star civilization, what awaited him would not be these words. In addition, when has the hegemon ever treated us as his true descendants? Yanran laughed bitterly. She had personally experienced the turbulence of the time domain. He completely understood the sovereign's true intentions. In their eyes, the so-called descendants were just tools to be used. Using their strength, he could destroy the seal of the 8-star civilization. Is that why you're here? And I'll help you become the Space Master. Su Yu asked. However, Yanran shook her head. The successor of the Space Dominus has already been decided. I no longer have any extravagant hopes. Yanran had a disappointed look on her face. What? Su Yu was secretly surprised. In the 10 years of slumber, the 8-star civilization had been turned upside down. Perhaps it was because of Empress Star Rain's persuasion that the descendants of the hegemons weren't willing to be used. Thus, the other 7 hegemons changed their strategy. He directly appointed a successor to the hegemon position. I came to ask Senior to save me, Yanran said. At that moment, Su Yu realized that there was something wrong with Yanran's aura. Are you injured? Su Yu's gaze became sharp. She replied sweetly, Yes, the Space Dominator has already issued a warrant for my arrest, and I'm currently being injured by the fragments of Heaven's carefree son of Heaven's clone. Fragment of a doppelganger? Su Yu walked over and lifted Yanran's clothes. His skin was colorful, visible to the naked eye. This was exactly the same injury he had suffered when he was struck by the Emperor's ruler. That fragment was obviously in Xiaohao's hands, so why did it fall into the hands of the Space Master? Su Yu asked as he squinted his eyes. There was only one answer. It was given to him by the Time Dominus. Xiaohao was the Time Sovereign's chosen successor, so the things he had lost before his death were most likely in the Time Sovereign's hands. He then thought about how the Time Chief Sovereign and the Space Chief Sovereign had once made peace with each other. The hiding place of the Time Dominus couldn't be any clearer. Space Domain. Senior, that fragment followed me to the Time Domain, and I don't know where it is hiding. Please protect my life. Yanran said nervously, I am willing to repay you as a slave. Su Yu shook his head and said calmly, You helped me in the past, so it's only right that I protect your life. You don't have to thank me again. As he spoke, Su Yu placed his palm on Yanran's body. Possessing the Emperor's heart, it was exceptionally easy for Xiao Qin to resolve the Emperor's ruler's injuries. After a few breaths, all the colorful scars on Yanran's body disappeared. Yanran felt that her body had recovered and was overjoyed. She kowtowed and thanked him profusely. I will never forget Senior's kindness. She was extremely glad that she had gotten to know Suyu. Moreover, she was very determined to follow him. Now that he was in trouble, the other party resolved it with a wave of his hand. I told you that you don't have to thank me. Suyu looked up at the sky. In a place that ordinary people couldn't see, the two men in bamboo hats were moving forward as if they were teleporting. In a single breath, he traversed an extremely long space and headed straight for this place. When they reached the southern border of the dream-broken world, they finally stopped. Young ruler, if we go any further, we'll reach the location of the holy mortal body, the bamboo hat man said gravely. The former stopped abruptly. He pulled down his bamboo hat, his eyes filled with hostility. Holy mortal body. The bamboo hat man sneered. A holy mortal body whose life and death are unknown. The other bamboo hat man's face changed slightly, and he quickly shut up. Young ruler, be careful that the holy mortal body hears you. The young ruler chuckled. So what if he hears me? I didn't harm him. I'm here to look for that bitch, Yanran. It seemed to be responding to his words. A wave of space fluctuation suddenly flickered in front of him. Suyu stepped out of the space with the help of his walking stick. He looked at the two men in bamboo hats in front of him indifferently and said, "It's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs." The two men in bamboo hats were startled. Middle-grade space domain. The young ruler was shocked. His face gradually turned pale, and finally it was ashen. In this world, apart from the Space Master and his descendants, those who were proficient in the space domain, there was another person. The descendant of the ancient god Jiulong, Suyu, who was also the holy mortal body. Suyu? The young ruler gasped. His mind was completely blank. There were too many legends about Suyu, the holy mortal body. It was said that the Time Master was almost crushed by the holy mortal body. It was said that he was invincible among the 8-star civilizations. It was said that even the 8 great rulers were no match for him. Countless mysterious rumors cast a layer of mystery on the holy mortal body that could not be washed away. It was chilling, so much so that for 10 years, the southern part of the dream-broken realm of the time domain had always been a forbidden place, because there was a terrifying holy mortal body sleeping in this place. No one knew when he would wake up, whether he would wake up or not. No matter how chaotic the other 7 regions were, no forces dared to set foot in the southern part of the dream-broken realm. This place had become a forbidden place. The young ruler never dreamed that he would encounter an awakened, holy mortal body. "Thank you for remembering me," Suyu said calmly. "Tell me, what are you doing in my territory?" Plop! The young ruler broke out in a cold sweat. Suyu's words were very calm without any pressure. However, when they fell into the ears of the young ruler, it was as if they were majestic. "Su, holy mortal body Su, I am here to find my sister, Yanran. I have no intention of disturbing you." "Yanran, right?" Suyu said lightly. With a wave of his hand, Yanran immediately appeared beside him. When the two sides met, their eyes immediately turned red. The young ruler bowed and said, "Thank you, holy mortal body Su." However, Suyu had no intention of handing him over. He said lightly, "Yanran is my friend. Who do you think you are? I will hand her over to you." "What?" The young ruler's body trembled. Holy mortal body, Su's friend? Yanran cast a smug look at him, feeling extremely relieved. The young ruler hurriedly lowered his head. "I don't know. I will leave now." Suyu said coldly, "Did I say you could leave?" The young ruler suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Yanran did not give him the holy mortal body Suyu, nor did she let him go. She did not come with good intentions. He could not help but regret in his heart. Why did he come? "Let me ask you a question," Suyu said. "If I am satisfied, I will let you go." "Please go ahead, senior," the young ruler said hurriedly. Suyu said indifferently, Is the Time Master hiding in your space domain? The young ruler rolled his eyes and was about to answer when Suyu added, You only have one chance to answer, so think carefully before you speak. Ordinary descendants of the rulers might not know these inside stories. The heir of the Space Master should know something. Yes, I am with the Space Master in the half-real realm he created. Sure enough. Chapter 27:15. In that case, he had to go to the space area. Staring at the young master in front of him, Suyu said, Yanran, extract his space bloodline. Yanran was ecstatic. The young master's face changed abruptly. His eyes flashed as he took out a treasure of the Space Master. With a swoosh, he was ready to escape. Humph! Suyu lightly tapped with his crutch, and a 9-colored ray of light blocked the 4 dimensions of heaven and earth. At the same time, it crashed down and pressed down on the young master. Yanran immediately went up and extracted the bloodline of the space area and absorbed it. Her space domain immediately reached a high level. He has already absorbed the bloodline of several space masters. Yanran wanted to laugh. In the end, didn't he make a wedding dress for her? Suyu tapped with his crutch and withdrew the power of the holy mortal body. He waved his hand and said, You can go now. He didn't have a deep hatred with the Space Master. He had no enmity with the descendants of the Space Master. It was enough to extract the bloodline. There was no need to kill him. The young master felt as if he had been pardoned. Losing the bloodline made him desperate, but it was better than losing his life. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The young master quickly retreated under the protection of his followers. Suyu was about to turn back. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He looked back into the distance. A patch of red cloud flew over. There were a few sage-like old men standing on top of it, as well as a few youths glowing with divine light. They stopped in front of the young master. Without a second word, he attacked on the spot and killed the young ruler and his follower. Then they came in front of Suyu. Holy Body Su. The cloud descended, and several elders led a group of young heroes to salute Suyu. You are? Suyu asked. The elder in front smiled and said, I am Zhan Fian, the Deputy Master of the Heavenly Court. Behind me are the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Court. We have come to pay a visit to Holy Body Su. Heavenly Court? The descendants of the 8 great ancient gods? When the 8 great masters were alive, they rarely showed up. Now, the 8 great masters were either dead or destroyed, and the entire 8-star civilization was in chaos. Only then did they dare to show up. The young master of the space area has been deprived of his bloodline. Why kill more? Suyu asked. Zhan Fei Yan laughed hoarsely. How could Holy Physique Su not know the principle of not killing a snake when you hit it? I'm doing this for Sage Su's own good, lest he retaliates against you in the future. Really? Suyu's eyes were filled with regret. He had already spared the young ruler of the space, but the young ruler's luck was not good. He had still encountered someone from the Heavenly Court and was brutally killed. After pausing for a moment, Zhan Fian looked at Yanran, who was beside Suyu. His gaze sharpened as he said, Sacred Physique Su, it's best not to nurture a tiger that will only bring calamity. The descendants of the 8 sovereigns are mostly treacherous and treacherous. If you keep them by your side, they will definitely be a threat. Suyu furrowed his brows. Did you come here to teach me how to behave? Zhan Fian chuckled. You are too kind. I'm just doing my duty to remind you. All right. Why did you come here to look for me? Suyu asked. There were only a few people who knew that he had woken up. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Court knew that he had awakened before they came. It was very likely that they thought that Suyu was still in a deep sleep, so they came in large numbers. Zhan Fian's expression was as usual. She cupped her fists and said, We are here to pay a visit to Sacred Physique Su and to invite you to the Heavenly Court to discuss the great plan. This is the invitation. She took out an unsigned invitation. Su Yu glanced at it casually. What great plan! Jean Fien chuckled. Sacred physique Su, as the descendant of the ancient god Jialong, should shoulder the heavy responsibility of expelling the sovereigns and restoring the 8-star civilization. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He took the invitation and said, Is there anything else? Jean Fien glanced at the southern part of the realm of dreams behind Su Yu. She meant that Su Yu didn't even invite them in. If not, then I won't see you out, Su Yu said lightly. Jean Fien smiled. Goodbye. Then, without saying a word, she led the crowd onto the clouds and turned back to leave. After walking far away, a young woman was extremely indignant. What are you being so arrogant for? You didn't even ask us to stay. That's right, he doesn't take our heavenly court seriously at all. The smile on Jean Fien's face quickly disappeared. It was replaced by a trace of indifference. I didn't expect him to wake up. Originally, I wanted to take the divine 9-dragon cauldron that belongs to the heavenly court while he was unconscious. Jean Fien finally revealed her true intentions. That invitation was sent out at the last minute to cover up her purpose, so it didn't even have a signature. Deputy Court Master, why didn't you ask for it directly? A young man asked. I heard that during the great battle, he had already died once, and his oil lamp was extinguished. He may not be able to display the holy mortal body. Jean Fien said lightly, What if he can? A trace of fear slowly fluctuated in her eyes. Only then did the group of young men finally shut up. You guys go first. I will stay and observe silently to see if his oil lamp is really extinguished and he can't display the holy mortal body. Jean Fien jumped off the clouds. Little did they know. Su Yu saw everything that was happening in front of him. I knew you didn't come with good intentions, Su Yu said lightly. He had expected a long time ago that he would one day have conflicts with the people of the heavenly court. Now he was not surprised. He was the descendant of the ancient god Jialong, but the people in the heavenly court were the descendants of the ancient god Jialong. There would be disputes over the ownership of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Otherwise, if they really broke into the southern part of the dream-broken realm, Qin Xianer would definitely be affected. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Su Yu's eyes were cold. You want to discuss the grand plan, right? Fine. As you wish. To dispel their unrealistic ideas, he had better participate. Looking at the date, there were still 5 years left. There was no hurry. Senior, you have given Yanran a new lease on life. Please tell me what you need. Yanran's domain had reached a high level, and she was extremely grateful. Su Yu said coldly, Just show me the way. He wanted to go to the space area and find the Time Master for revenge. But now was not the time. The people of the heavenly court were eyeing him covetously, so he needed to be fully prepared. Follow me, Su Yu said. Back at the side yard, Su Yu secretly recuperated while silently preparing to integrate all the energy in his body. On this day, Su Yu suddenly had an idea. He took out a jade bottle. The multicolored liquid inside was constantly squirming. This was the power of the Emperor's ruler that was used to heal Yanran. Now they were reacting. There could only be one possibility. Prince Xiaoyao's clone was nearby. His target was Yanran. You're finally here, Su Yu said lightly. Now that you've come, don't even think about leaving. Su Yu slammed his hands on the ground, and his whole body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was in the suburbs of Nanming City, visible to the naked eye. A Prince Xiaoyao with the upper half of his body was holding the Emperor's ruler. The head's eyes were closed, and there was no consciousness. Oh, someone deliberately pieced together parts of the fragments? Su Yu's eyes flickered. Chapter 27:16. While they were talking, the clone of Xiaoyao, son of heaven, strode over. He raised the ruler in his hand high and swung it in the direction of Yanran. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to use the power of the holy mortal body. However, he glanced in a certain direction. The power of the sacred mortal body that he had activated disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It turned into a residual shadow and rushed forward, colliding with the nine-colored ruler's shadow across the sky. The nine-colored ruler's shadow trembled on the spot, but it only weakened. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was cut back by the ruler. Future incarnation. Suyu shouted in a low voice as he summoned the future incarnation. They each held a cauldron and attacked the remaining nine-colored ruler's shadow together. In this way, the ruler's shadow was finally deflected. It brushed past the edge of Nanming City. After the first attack failed, the clone of Emperor Xiaoyao launched another attack. It was different from the last time. This attack contained the blood of the emperor, which increased its power to the level of the master of the heavenly law. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. He quickly performed seals with both hands and shouted, "One thought becomes real!" Boom! A ruler also appeared in his hand, and he attacked against the sky. Suddenly, a giant ruler's shadow collided with Xiaoyao, son of heaven's shadow in the air. The result was, of course, an illusory ruler's shadow, which was far less powerful than the real ruler's. After the two of them collided, Su Yu and his future incarnation were forced to retreat frantically, and they narrowly escaped a fatal blow. With no other choice, they each took out a giant gate. One was black and the other was white. It was the gate that sealed the nine netherworld. When the two collided, a magnificent and incomparably vast nine netherworld appeared in front of them. There was a loud boom. The nine netherworld suddenly fell, suppressing the clone of Xiaoyao, son of heaven. As if sensing danger, the clone gave up on its target. Instead, it forcibly blasted open the nine netherworld and immediately escaped. Su Yu and the future clone were panting, as if they could not hold on for long. In a very distant place, Zhan Fian stared at the scene in the distance with a special ability. Her eyes were filled with joy. It seems that the rumor about his oil lamp running out is true. Otherwise, he would have displayed the holy mortal body long ago. If you are smart, you'd better not come to the heavenly court. If not, I'm afraid the divine nine-dragon cauldron will have to stay. After saying that, he quietly left. Little did he know that his every move was being watched by Su Yu. "You're still haunting me," Su Yu said calmly. The slightly difficult battle just now was obviously for Zhan Fian to see. It was best not to let them know that the sacred mortal body could be activated. Back in the courtyard, Qin Xianer came over to support him. "Let me handle the battles from now on." Su Yu stroked her head. "How could I bear to let you take such a risk? In any case, I'm already a new ancient god of the Nine Nether," Qin Xianer muttered. Su Yu's gaze became slightly gloomy. "You can only count as half. In these 10 years, with the help of First, Fengling, and Multipurpose, Qin Xianer successfully absorbed 3 portions of the ancient god of the Nine Nether's legacy. The 4th portion had already been secretly used by the holy demon. In addition, he was already dead, and the legacy he left behind had completely dissipated. As a result, Qin Xianer's inheritance was incomplete. Even so, he's still an early-stage Heaven's Tao Lord, which is equivalent to a ruler. Qin Xianer waved the divine flames of 9 underworlds in her hand. Su Yu could not help but laugh and pinched her face. "You're too lucky." She had become the Heaven's Law Master without doing anything. Su Yu wasn't even a Path Master. "No matter how lucky I am, I'm not as good as my husband," Qin Xianer said, blushing. After a pause, Qin Xianer looked at Su Yu and said, "Why don't you absorb the bloodline of the Time Master? Anyway, the Star Rain Empress doesn't want it anymore." "Me." Su Yu turned his palm over, and the bloodline of the Time Master appeared in front of him. He had absorbed the bloodline of the Waning Moon Empress before. If he absorbed the bloodline of all the descendants in front of him, he would most likely be able to reach the Yuan level in the domain of time. As long as the Time Master is alive, don't touch his things. Suyu put it away, cautiously. The Time Master was astute, and it was best to be cautious. Suyu pondered for a long time. His figure moved, and the future incarnation appeared. In the days that I'm gone, you will repair the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. Suyu took out the broken Nightmare Crossing Lotus. The future incarnation was connected to his mind, so it understood the significance of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. 10 years later, it would be the end of the era. At that time, they would need a complete grievance crossing Lotus Throne to protect them through the great calamity of Doomsday. Xian, please do me a favor, Suyu said. Husband, please tell me. Qin Xianer had long wanted to do something for Suyu. Suyu said, please return to the outer region and consolidate the forces I left behind in the outer region. Qin Xianer nodded without hesitation. In the outer realm, Suyu had founded an organization called the Tripod. His old friends from the Jinlong continent, the Juzhou continent, the God territory, and the absolute beginning realm were all integrated into the Cauldron. The outer realms might not be able to avoid this great calamity. Therefore, they had to be integrated in time. Coincidentally, I want to see my father, Qin Xianer said emotionally. She once had similar thoughts, but she was always drifting outside, unable to control herself. Now he finally had the chance to go back and see his father. 200 years have passed. I wonder how he is now. Arrange everything. Suyu stepped out of the southern part of the dream-broken realm alone and headed for the space area. If one were to say that the time domain's restraints were like an hourglass, then the time domain's restraints were like an hourglass. But when he entered the space domain, the restriction was on his feet. Each person's body was shackled by a faintly discernible chain. With just a thought from the Space Master, the chain would tighten, making it impossible for people to move. The only way to break the chain was to inject the space crystal, and the source of the space crystal was to exchange for the gold Xian fragment. This method was exactly the same as the time area. The difference was the time area occupied the former territory of the ancient god of Juyu, so one had to dig up the Juyu crystal to exchange for the time crystal. The space area occupied the former territory of the ancient god of Jinxian, so one had to dig up the fragments left behind by the ancient god of Jinxian's self-destruction. He stepped into the space area. Suyu's feet were also entangled by the chain. He looked at it calmly, took a step forward, and broke free of the chain. He was about to enter one of the cities to look for a map. He heard a word that he could not ignore. What a chaotic world. The Space Master is about to die, and the Corpse Clan took the opportunity to come out. I heard that they have already occupied 1/10 of the space area. Yes, I heard that they broke into the explosion site of the ancient god of Jinxian and transformed many powerful Corpse Clan members. Corpse Clan? Suyu remembered that the Holy Demon once led the Pearl Female Corpse and other Corpse Clan members. However, after the Holy Demon appeared, the Corpse Clan disappeared without a trace. Surprised to hear that they had appeared in the space area, Suyu could not help but be tempted. Could it be the Pearl Female Corpse? The female Corpse King who was still obsessed with avenging him after 100 years? Chapter 27:17. With a thought, he used the Soul Realm to examine the other party's memory. Space Domain Luohan Slope? Luohan Slope was the most deserted place in the Space Domain. It was said that it was the place where ancient god Jin Xian self-destructed before he died. His ancient god body exploded into countless fragments, splashing to every corner of the Space Domain. Even a small part of the Time Domain was scattered. Outside the Time Domain, in the cemetery of the Seven-Star Civilization, there was a fragment of ancient god Jin Xian. It was probably the place where the explosion had splashed down. The fragment of ancient god Jin Xian had indeed bred a very powerful evil spirit. The Corpse Clan had occupied that place for a reason. With a thought, Suyu flew into the sky. At that time, at the center of the Space Domain, in an empty half-real world. The transparent future incarnation of the Time Master was trying to stop his body from dissipating. You can't do it anymore. Beside him stood an old woman whose body was decaying. She looked regretful. The future incarnation sighed. You're almost there too. The woman was the Space Master. Her life was coming to an end. You will. I still have hope. The woman had a sly look on her face. The Time Master's face flashed with anger. You can't blame me for failing to complete the Emperor's task. The descendant of ancient god Julong has appeared. Without Suyu's help, the defense formation outside the time domain would have collapsed completely. It would not have been like now, where most of the defense formations were just cracked without any signs of breaking. The southern area of the dream-broken realm did not even crack. It was far from meeting the Emperor's requirements. Only by completing the task would the Emperor recreate their lives when the era restarted, so that they could continue to rule the world in the next era. The Space Master said sympathetically, "It's not entirely your fault. The most dangerous foreign domain is outside your time domain." The most dangerous foreign domain she mentioned was naturally the place where Suyu was born. There was a part of ancient god Julong's divine realm. It was the divine realm that gave birth to Suyu. However, you don't have to worry too much. If my task is completed, I can help you destroy the defense formation in the time domain. The Space Master was very confident. The Time Sovereign raised her head and revealed a hint of gratitude. I really envy you. You have such good natural conditions. You don't have to spend so much effort to set things up like me. Haha, let's just wait and see. The Space Dominus sat down cross-legged, and his body clearly flicked his sleeves a little more. At that time, Fallen Soul Slope, Suyu stood on an ancient tree and looked down at the black mass of zombies. He could not help but stare. The sheer number was beyond imagination. Perhaps all the people in the entire 1/10 of the region would be transformed into the corpse race. However, what was very suspicious was that the Space Dominus was completely unmoved by this. Is it because he's about to die, so he doesn't have the strength to do so? Or is he plotting something else? Suyu pondered. At this moment, a shrill cry came from the sky. Looking up, he saw a flock of phoenixes. The phoenix of the ancient god realm of Joyo. Suyu was surprised. Those phoenixes were also from the Corpse Clan. The phoenixes swooped down, and the corpse race on the ground made way, revealing an incomparably wide and huge underground cave. It was filled with Densine energy and was the favorite place of the Corpse Clan. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He folded his personal space into dust and slowly drifted into it. As soon as he entered, he was shocked. He actually sensed many powerful and unusual breaths, each of which was no less than the level of a ruler. He fixed his eyes on them. In the underground central square stood 10 powerful skeletons. Each skeleton had the strength of a heavenly lawmaster. However, their intelligence was very low. At this moment, they were like tamed hounds, obediently staying where they were without moving. In the middle of the square, there were 2 people sitting side by side, and Suyu actually knew all of them. The one on the left was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. The most special thing about him was that he had a pair of azure blue eyes. Yu Xiangwan. Suyu recognized him at first glance and could not help but be surprised. Back then, they had an accident when they took the time tunnel from Beiming City. The 2 of them parted because of this. After that, they never saw each other again. Unexpectedly, now that they met again, it turned out to be here. His current identity was already very different. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman in a golden robe with a graceful posture. Only her eyes were too sharp. They were like 2 sharp knives that could ruthlessly cut through anyone they laid their eyes on. This person was none other than the Phoenix King. At this moment, a few phoenixes flew down and turned into human figures. Greetings, Corpse Emperor, Phoenix King. The execution platform has been prepared. The phoenixes reported. The Phoenix King said calmly, Since everything is ready, let's begin? Corpse Emperor, do you have any objections? Yu Xiongwan's face was solemn. He said in a low voice, "Our corpse clan has just gathered, and our power is still too weak. If we can unite, we should unite as much as possible. There is no need to be ruthless." The Phoenix King said lightly, "Corpse Emperor, you are too kind. This is not the style of the descendants of the corpse ancestor ancient god." Yu Xiongwan was silent. She clenched her fists secretly. That day, the accident in the time tunnel had sent him to the space domain in one go. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to return in a short time, Yu Xiongwan simply developed in secret. He was very lucky to find the ruins of the explosion of the ancient god Jinxian and used those fragments to create many powerful corpse clan. He was ready to return to the time domain after accumulating enough power. But 10 years ago, the corpse clan phoenixes of the ancient god Juyu arrived and took over the corpse clan army he had created. This was because this Phoenix King had the sacred artifact of the corpse ancestor ancient god. All the corpse clan members would uncontrollably submit to the sacred artifact, including him. Everything he had created was instantly stripped away. The Phoenix King glanced at the silent Yu Xiongwan and lectured, "Don't blame me for suppressing you. Ancient god corpse ancestor left the sacred artifact to ancient god Nine Nether because he knew that his bloodline descendants might not be of much use and needed someone to assist them. As it turned out, before ancient god Nine Dragon disappeared, he had taught ancient god Nine Nether a portion of how to use the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. It was the same for ancient god corpse ancestor, but what he handed over was an even more important sacred artifact. It was precisely for this reason that the corpse race phoenix had strangely appeared in ancient god Nine Nether's god domain. But perhaps ancient god corpse ancestor had good intentions. However, it was destroyed by the corpse race's phoenix with bad intentions. This was the first time King Phoenix met Yu Xiongwan. Although he knew Yu Xiongwan's identity, he did not mention anything about the sacred relic. It wasn't until it saw the light of day again and left the netherworld realm that it was finally activated. That was why he came looking for Yu Xiongwan with the holy artifact. However, she did not want to hand it over to it. Instead, she wanted to plunder everything that Yu Xiong had worked so hard to create. "Phoenix King is right," Yu Xiongwan said without a change in expression. The Phoenix King slowly nodded. "Then, do you have any objections to executing those disobedient corpse clan members?" Chapter 27:18. Very good. Then let's execute. The woman named Phoenix escorted several suppressed corpses from the depths of the ground. One of them was actually the Pearl Corpse King. She stared at Phoenix King with hatred. "You ruined my plans." Ever since Yu Xiongwan appeared as a descendant of the ancient god corpse, all the corpses in the world took the initiative to gather around him. As his forces grew stronger and stronger, it was possible for him to rise again. However, Phoenix King suddenly appeared and asked to erase the consciousness of all corpses except the Phoenix clan and Yu Xiongwan. He trained them into puppets that would only obey orders like those 10 skeletons. The Pearl Corpse King naturally resisted with all his might. One could imagine what would happen to him. Now Phoenix King planned to use them to deter the rest of the corpses who wanted to resist. "Your plan is to listen to my orders," Phoenix King said indifferently. The Pearl Corpse King's face was filled with hatred. She still had a last wish to fulfill. How could she erase her consciousness? "Take him out." Phoenix King waved his hand. A group of people pressed the Pearl Corpse King out of the cave and came to the top. There, a pool had already been prepared. What rose inside was incomparably strong, boundless karma flame. That was the most powerful restraining object for evil beings in the world. If the corpses were thrown in, the consequences could be imagined. "Throw it down." The executive officer said coldly. A corpse was thrown down. Suddenly, his body was ignited by the boundless karma flame. and his entire body made a crackling, burning sound. The sharp pain that penetrated into the soul caused the corpse to let out an extremely tragic scream. On the ground, the endless corpse race, as long as they were conscious, were all extremely afraid. For a while, after experiencing the excruciating pain that was worse than death, the corpse race completely died. Next, another corpse race was thrown down. An extremely painful scream broke out again, seeing the corpse race suffering extreme pain. Finally, it was the Pearl Corpse King's turn. Her eyes turned slightly, and when she was thrown down, she opened her mouth and spat. A black ball was spat out and exploded on the spot. Black, demonic energy soared into the sky and wrapped around her. Then, at an astonishing speed, she tore through space and escaped into the distance. This ball was a life-saving item given to her by the holy demon. It contained the escape method of the heavenly lawmaster. She had been hiding it all along, waiting for this moment. However, before he could leave, a bony claw descended from the sky as if it was prepared. Bang! With a loud bang, the Pearl Corpse King was slapped down from the sky. The black mist on his body dissipated. The enormous bone claw pressed him to the ground, making him unable to move. The Pearl Corpse King's heart sank as he looked up. It was one of the 10 skeletons. A golden-robed woman stood on its head with her hands behind her back. It was none other than the Phoenix King. A cold expression appeared on the Phoenix King's face. "Do you think you can hide this little trick from me?" If the Pearl Corpse King were to escape in front of everyone, that would be the biggest joke in the world. The corpse race with consciousness would only learn from them and betray them. The Pearl Corpse King's heart was filled with despair. "You deserve to die." The Phoenix King said calmly, "I won't die. The one who will die is you." "Oh, no, I should call you the ruins of returning." The corpse race was a race that had died once and resurrected. They did not have the ability to resurrect a second time. If he died again, he would return to the void. "Throw him down!" The Phoenix King shouted. The bone claw immediately threw the Pearl Corpse King into the pool. However, at this moment, a divine 9-dragon cauldron appeared without warning and caught the Pearl Corpse King in one hand. Then, the divine cauldron spun around and fell back into Su Yu's hands. The sudden change made the Phoenix King's face change slightly. She looked up and found that it was Su Yu. She could not help but show a murderous expression. "It's you!" How could she forget Su Yu, who came to the 9 netherworld with Yu Xiangwan that day? She would never forget that it was Su Yu who framed her and the 9 nether demon to fight, causing the Phoenix bloodline to suffer heavy casualties. Su Yu ignored her. Instead, he stepped into the space, and millions of galaxies appeared under his feet as he crossed the sky. The Phoenix King snorted coldly. "You want to leave?" The skeleton at the level of the master of the heavenly law slapped down with its palm. This palm carried the pressure of the master of the heavenly law, making it impossible to avoid. Su Yu's expression was as usual. A ruler appeared in his hand and swept across the sky. There was a loud bang. The moment the bone claw was blocked, the ruler shattered. But during this time, Su Yu had already activated the space domain to escape. The Phoenix King's face was full of murderous intent. He transformed into a giant phoenix and chased with all his might. But not long after he left, another Su Yu appeared out of thin air under the ground. He stepped forward to seize Yu Xiangwan and said, "Go!" When the Phoenix King received the notice that the Corpse Emperor had been taken away, it was too late. Su Yu's future incarnation had fled to unknown places with Yu Xiangwan. Whoosh! The Phoenix King hurriedly returned and flew into a rage. "We have been tricked. Damn it!" Not only did he fail to kill the Pearl Corpse King, but he also let Yu Xiangwan escape from his control. He was the real descendant of the Corpse ancestor, ancient god. All the Corpse clan was on his side. With him, even if he did not use the divine artifact, he could still control the Emperor. But now he had to spend a lot of energy to activate the divine artifact. It was extremely troublesome. Go out and find the successor of the ancient god, Jiolong, immediately. The Phoenix King's expression was uncertain. After giving the order, she jumped into the underground world again. With a grasp of her palm, 10 palm-sized fragments of the ancient god of gold appeared in her palm. "Find a suitable skeleton immediately," she said in a low voice. She could not delay any longer. She had to prepare sufficient strength before the space master passed away. Only then could she occupy the space domain and build it into a fortress to resist the destruction of the era. At that time, in an area far away from the Luohun slope, Suyu met. The future incarnation dispersed, leaving only the original body. Yu Xiangwan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Suyu." He was surprised and delighted. "How could it be you?" He thought it was some expert, but it turned out to be his old friend, Suyu. "Who else could it be?" Suyu smiled faintly. As Yu Xiangwan of the Corpse Clan, there should not be many people who would be willing to save him. Yu Xiangwan could not calm down and said incoherently, "Brother Su, I will never forget the great kindness of saving my life." Suyu patted him on the shoulder. "There is no need to talk about this between you and me." When he calmed down, Yu Xiangwan's eyes were full of regret. "But that bitch got lucky. She snatched my ancestors' divine artifact and seized everything I created. If I didn't still have some value, that bitch would have killed me long ago." There was a hint of playfulness in Suyu's eyes. "I feel that leaving the Corpse Clan aside is a blessing and not a curse for you," Suyu said meaningfully. Yu Xiangwan smiled bitterly. "You're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this?" He was really in a bad mood because of jealousy. It was really not the time to make fun of her. Suyu's eyes were indifferent. "Who's making sarcastic remarks? I'm serious." Hearing that, Yu Xiangwan became solemn, but he could not understand what Suyu meant. Chapter 2719. Why do you think the Space Master allowed you to develop the Corpse Clan? Suyu asked. Yu Xiangwan paused for a moment and said hesitantly, "I think they haven't discovered it yet?" Suyu shook his head. "He is the chief sovereign of space. He is everywhere." Suyu said, "She can overlook the entire space area at any time. How could she not notice your existence?" As a space domain expert, Suyu understood the space master the best. The space dominus immediately discovered the existence of the corpse race. "If you found out, why didn't you stop them?" Yu Xiangwan was puzzled. No one welcomed the corpse race. The spatial domain was no exception. That's where the problem lies. Suyu's eyes shone. "I think the space master must be plotting something. That Phoenix King taking over your corpse race is actually a good thing for you. If he really wanted to make a move, he would have found a way to deal with the Phoenix King just now. By keeping him here, he would be giving Xiangwan a chance to escape without batting an eyelid." Under Suyu's guidance, Yu Xiangwan felt that there was a conspiracy behind all this. "Forget it. I'll just take it as spending money to get rid of the disaster." Yu Xiangwan puffed a sigh. Then a smile appeared on his face. "I've heard of your achievements. I can't help but admire you." The small fry of the past had now become a heaven master who ruled over time. "It was just luck," Suyu replied modestly. Yu Xiangwan laughed and patted his shoulder. "Come, let's find a place to talk." "Wait, I still have another matter." Suyu took out the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine cauldron enlarged and poured out the pearl female corpse. Her reflexes were exceptionally quick. Rolling on the spot, Zhang Xian immediately widened the distance between them before looking at the newcomer. When he realized that it was Suyu, he was dumbfounded. "Suyu?" Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. "You're still alive?" For 100 years, she had always thought that Suyu had been killed by the sinful woman. It was precisely this will that allowed them to grow from a tiny civilization in the subjugation crusade to an 8-star civilization today. Su Yu's sudden appearance was like a bolt from the blue to her. "You've worked hard all these years," Su Yu said emotionally. The pearl female corpse's eyes became misty as she happily threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. Yu Xiang Wan was stunned for a moment. The two of them knew each other, and their relationship seemed to be very deep. He finally understood why Su Yu had never hated his identity as a member of the corpse clan. It turned out that he and the corpse race had long been fated. He tactfully turned around, feeling a little awkward. Su Yu patted his back lightly and said, "Thank you for all these years." Puff. A dull sound was heard without any warning. When Su Yu lowered his head to take a look, he saw that the pearl female corpse was holding a dagger, which she had thrust into his chest. Whoosh! The pearl corpse quickly retreated, her face filled with killing intent. "Zhuji, do you hate me?" Su Yu was confused. Could it be that she hated him because she hadn't acknowledged him for so many years? The pearl female corpse sneered coldly. "You think you can fool me with this little trick?" Cheat? Su Yu did not understand. The pearl female corpse said coldly, "All these years there have been at least 90 people who have disguised themselves as Su Yu and tried to deceive me." She looked Su Yu up and down, then shook her head and said, "Although your disguise is quite good, you are still not the Su Yu I know." 100 years passed. Both Su Yu's appearance and temperament had changed. However, the pearl female corpse's memory of Su Yu was fixed at 100 years ago, before Su Yu's death. "It's really me," Su Yu said hurriedly. The pearl female corpse looked at Su Yu, her eyes hollow and angry. "Can you please stop using Su Yu for entertainment? Isn't it better to let him sleep peacefully?" She was almost roaring as she questioned Su Yu. Then she slowly retreated. "Don't chase after me. I won't do anything for you." She then turned and fled. Su Yu stood at his original position, not giving chase. Yu Xiangwan said hurriedly, "Brother Su, if you really know each other, why don't you chase after her?" Su Yu looked at the dagger in his chest and pulled it out. His injury had automatically healed. His expression was a little complicated as he murmured, "The me in her heart died 100 years ago. It would be useless to chase after her now." Perhaps it was not a bad thing for them to maintain such a relationship. If they really acknowledged each other, Su Yu would not know how to deal with their relationship. However, Su Yu was very concerned about who the pearl female corpse was referring to before she left. Was she referring to the people who had disguised themselves as Su Yu to deceive the pearl female corpse? But how did those people know that he had a close relationship with the pearl female corpse? Speaking of the pearl female corpse, she had escaped all the way to safety. She looked behind her, puzzled. "Why didn't you chase after her? Did I misunderstand something?" The pearl female corpse pondered. In the past, those people who had impersonated Su Yu had used the hero saving the beauty tactic many times. Some of the dangers were fake dangers that they could create, but some of the dangers were indeed real dangers. Every time she saw through them, those fake Su Yu would chase after her relentlessly. But this time they did not chase after her. She felt that something was amiss. Speaking of which, the Su Yu this time is indeed a little different. The pearl female corpse thought to herself, "Should I go back and observe him?" At that moment, a giant ship cut through the air and suddenly appeared above her head. 2 words were clearly engraved on the body of the giant ship. "Nirvana." The pearl female corpse's expression changed slightly when she saw the 2 words. She said angrily, "As expected, it's still you people." The person who had been chasing after her all this time was none other than Nirvana. She did not hesitate and immediately fled. But a mighty voice came from the ship. "Enough! You have been out for long enough." The voice contained a power that could restrain evil beings. The pearl female corpse shuddered and found it difficult to move. At the same time, a giant claw reached out from the ship and grabbed the pearl female corpse. Where are you taking me? The pearl female corpse struggled unwillingly. I'm taking you to the place you should go and the person you should see, the voice said. Then the pearl female corpse was taken away. The giant ship left immediately, leaving no trace behind. Somewhere, Suyu seemed to sense something. He looked in the direction the giant ship had left and frowned. Xing Yuan Xin? For a moment, the half-heart-shaped communication device in his hand actually reacted, but it quickly disappeared as though it was an illusion. Brother Su, what are your plans now? Yu Xiangwan asked. Su Yu came back to his senses and looked toward the center of the space area. I'm looking for the Time Master. You want to go to the Space Divine City? Yu Xiangwan said. According to what I know, the Divine City has been sealed. It will be very difficult for you to sneak in. In other words, he could only force his way in. Sealed? Su Yu was not surprised. Let's go there first. Su Yu used the space area and hurried along with Yu Xiangwan. A few days later, outside the Space Divine City, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan arrived. A folded space lotus shrouded the entire Divine City. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come in either. Su Yu tried to break the seal with a bit of the power of the holy mortal body. However, it was rebounded by the space lotus. Unless he used all his strength, he couldn't break it. The space master was too cautious. He knew that his death was near. So he protected the divine city before he died? Yu Xiangwan guessed. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Even if it was to protect the city, there was no need to set up such a huge formation so early. As he was thinking, the space defense in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently. A pillar of light visible to the naked eye shot up from the center of the divine city and reached the end of the clouds. The sky turned gray and the earth became bleak. Countless creatures were mourning in silence. That was the death of the Space Master. The Space Master is dead? Yu Xiangwan was dumbfounded. Su Yu said, "It's about time." He had heard from Yanran that the Space Master was about to die. Now was the right time. Yu Xiangwan's expression was solemn. "We'd better hide. The Phoenix King is very ambitious. 10 years ago, she was planning to seize the space domain. Now that the Space Master is dead, it's the best time for her to act." "Is that so?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Well, let's hide in the divine city first." He took a deep breath, and his fist was densely packed with the power of the holy mortal body. He punched out fiercely. Now that the Space Master was dead, there was nothing to fear. A crack appeared in the space defense on the spot. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan immediately went in. As soon as they stepped in, they found the divine city in chaos. There were hidden zombies everywhere, pouncing out premeditatedly, biting anyone they saw. They were transforming the nearby creatures at a very fast speed. Yu Xiangwan said in a low voice, "Sure enough." The divine city had long been infiltrated by the Phoenix King. The corpse race was wreaking havoc everywhere. "You find a place to hide, I'll go," Su Yu said. Yu Xiangwan nodded. "Do your thing with peace of mind. The zombies can't hurt me." At this time, a zombie found Yu Xiangwan and rushed over with a roar. Yu Xiangwan snorted softly, and the zombie screamed in fear, then knelt in front of her, not daring to get up. Seeing this, Su Yu was finally relieved and immediately left. He stood outside the half-real world of the Space Master. "Time Master!" Su Yu's hatred erupted. Xie Xiaoye's death was a self-blame that he could never forget. The instigator, the Time Master, must pay the price. Swoosh! His whole body burst into a 9-colored light, like a sharp arrow, directly piercing through the half-real world and landing in it. Inside the half-real world, there were folded spaces everywhere. The place where Su Yu was a desert. However, in fact, this was just a space world in a grain of dust. Suddenly, the sky and the earth darkened, and an old face appeared. It was the Time Master. He stared at Su Yu quietly outside the dust, his eyes calm. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I was really afraid you wouldn't come. He did not care at all that Su Yu had woken up. He did not care about Su Yu's revenge. Instead, he was confident. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes burst with cold light. His figure was like a rainbow penetrating the dusty space world. But what came into view was an even larger spatial world. As for the Time Master, he was in the outermost space. If you have the ability, find me. In the space, the words of the Time Master echoed. Chapter 27:20. Whoosh! Su Yu turned into a rainbow and flew away, breaking through the space in front of him. But what came into view was an even larger space. When it broke open again, an even larger space appeared in front of them, and so on. No matter how many layers of space Su Yu broke through, an even larger space appeared in front of him, and it would never end. Su Yu stopped. This should be the power of the space half-truth world. If he didn't leave completely, he would stay here forever. He calmed his heart and pondered. At this moment, he was like an ant at the bottom of a bottle, circling around the bottom of the bottle. There was no way to leave like this. However, how could it be so easy to leave the half-truth world that the space dominus had personally set up? What's wrong? Holy mortal body, why aren't you chasing after him? The Time Sovereign's mocking voice rang out. Have you forgotten how your daughter fell into my hands? Have you forgotten how that person called Xiaxiaya died in my hands? Su Yu's emotions fluctuated, and his mind was filled with intense hatred. But he quickly calmed down. This was the Time Sovereign's deliberate mockery, interrupting his train of thought. Aren't you very powerful? Bring it on. The Time Dominus roared. Su Yu was indifferent. With a stroke of his finger, he drew a space barrier that isolated all sounds from the outside world. He sat cross-legged and thought of a solution. "Ha ha, coward!" the Time Dominus said angrily. The more he behaved this way, the more it proved that Su Yu's calmness was correct. If one blindly broke through space, they would never find the Time Dominator. Roar! Seeing that goading was useless, the Time Dominus could only make other arrangements. In the space where Su Yu was, a group of ferocious beasts that were hunting for food was suddenly transported over. It was easy to imagine how they would feel when they saw a living person like Su Yu here. The Time Master was determined to stop Su Yu from thinking. When the wild beasts attacked, the space barrier that Su Yu had drawn up was like a thin piece of paper in the eyes of the wild beasts that had grown up in the half-real world. It was easily torn apart by the wild beasts, which then attacked Su Yu. Su Yu raised his finger, and a time realm swept out, instantly turning them into dust. However, just as one group of wild beasts was killed, another group of wild beasts was diverted from other places, and they attacked Su Yu crazily. Moreover, there was an endless stream of wild beasts attacking in the later stages. Su Yu was extremely annoyed. He took out the Divine Nine Dragons Cauldron and placed himself inside. The wild beasts attacked randomly, but they could do nothing to the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Only then did Su Yu get some peace and quiet to think. How could he get out of this vicious cycle? He was deep in thought. After a long while, his mind shook slightly. Destruction and construction. Of course, he was still unable to break through the semi-real world. However, it wasn't too difficult to re-enter after leaving. Understanding this, he pointed his finger, and the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron rotated rapidly, sending all the wild beasts outside flying. Stepping on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, Huang Xiaolong went back the way he came. At this moment, the wild beasts behind him stopped attacking. The Time Sovereign fell silent as well. It was as if he was waiting for Su Yu to do so. Suspicion flickered in Su Yu's heart. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? But he quickly made up his mind. Once he made a decision, he would not be influenced by others. Schwa! He quickly left a dimension. The Time Sovereign didn't stop him at all. He even deliberately opened up the space to let Su Yu leave easily. All the signs showed that the Time Master longed for Suyu to leave. It was the same for the rest of the journey. Even if it meant returning to the final dust, the path to the outside world was also wide open without any obstruction. No matter how determined a person was, it was impossible to remain calm and continue to believe in his own judgment. However, Suyu was not a determined person, but a persistent person. He had always believed in his own judgment. Without hesitation, he rushed to the wide open road. However, as soon as he rushed over, when he was about to reach the outside world, the road suddenly closed. Above the ninth heaven, the gloomy voice of the Time Master came. "Can't we sit down and have a good talk? Why do we have to fight to the death?" He was afraid, because Suyu's insistence was correct. Only by leaving the semi-real world, first, could he escape the cycle of repetition. Suyu said indifferently, "What do you think?" With a clap of his hands, the divine nine-dragon cauldron turned into a broken line and attacked the closed road. With a bang, the dusty world shook violently. It was densely covered with cracks in all directions. The whole world couldn't withstand a few attacks from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The Time Master's voice was even more gloomy. "If you stop now, I will give you something you want." "I only want your life," Suyu said coldly. He rarely wanted to kill someone so desperately. The Time Master was one of them. "Don't you want Xia Xiaoya, who died for you, to come back to life?" The Time Master said in a tempting voice. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly stopped. "Those who returned to the void world could come back to life? You have been to the void world once, so you should have been to the void world, right?" The Time Master noticed the change in Suyu and knew that she had grasped Suyu's lifeline. How could Suyu forget? In the void world, Xia Xiaoya accompanied him to spend 10 years of lonely sleep. She also appeared as his wife. "Do you want to tell me where the people of the void world can come back from?" Suyu said coldly. The Time Master asked, "What do you think life is?" Too many people had asked this question. In the past, Lu Zhu had also asked Suyu why people died. Lu Zhu was not completely satisfied with the answer given by Suyu, because he had never explained the essence of life. Life, in the final analysis, is a kind of energy, the Time Master said. The Time Sovereign said, just like how we can use our own power to casually create low-level life forms, we are nothing more than something created by a higher existence using energy, said Yangqi. However, we are created by a mysterious existence that controls the entire great beginning realm. We can't touch or feel it. Suyu stood in place. He understood something. Why did life go through the cycle of reincarnation? In this world, nothing with a form could last forever. Only energy always ran through the world. No more, no less, no more, no less, no less immortal. The same is true for Xia Xiaoya's life. The Time Master's vision was naturally higher, so she saw more things and was more thorough. Her life dissipated in the great beginning realm, but it may appear in another world in the form of energy. That world is the void world you see. The creatures of the void world exist in the form of energy, waiting for the next reincarnation to return to the great beginning realm with a new life, a new identity, and a new consciousness. Was the void world also a real world? Suyu suddenly understood. No wonder the wild rabbits, wolves, and other wild beasts were all made of energy. The purpose of the void world's existence is to temporarily store the energy of the great beginning realm, refine this energy, wash away the memories of their previous lives, and finally put it back into the great beginning realm. The two worlds are interdependent, and neither is dispensable. Chapter 27-21. As you said, that place will erase their memories. So what if I get my energy back? Suyu asked coldly. Creatures with different consciousnesses were like two completely different people. It was like asking water. He could create a person who looked exactly like Wen Shui. However, it was no longer Wen Shui. It was another person. Then you need to go to the realm of returning ruins and get its energy back before its memory is erased. The Time Master smiled. I can't tell you how to go to the realm of returning ruins for the time being. This was the only way he could save his life. You stay here for 10 years. When I finish what I want to do, I will tell you how to go. The Time Master breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally stabilized the situation and grasped his life. Okay, so you said calmly. The Time Master smiled slightly. That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Why do you have to be so emotional? Clang! Su Yu suddenly burst into colorful light and completely shattered the world of dust. After the world of dust was shattered, he should have appeared in the divine city and been transmitted to the outside world. However, this was not the case. What appeared around him was an extremely rich space world. On a throne, there was a dead old woman, rotten all over, exuding a faint stench. She was the Space Master, and near the throne, there was an old man sitting cross-legged. It was the Time Master who had escaped to this place. In front of him, there was a cube crystal. There were tens of thousands of small spaces inside it. As long as the crystal was gently rotated, the space inside would change. At this moment, a small hole was broken in one corner of the crystal. This was why Su Yu had never been able to come out. From the beginning of entering the half-real world, he fell into the space controlled by the crystal. For 10 years, the Time Master had been guarding against Su Yu's revenge. When she found out that he had really arrived, she immediately used the crystal to trap him in it. Fortunately, Su Yu discovered it in time. Otherwise, if he continued to go deeper, it would not be as easy to retreat as before. Time Master, Su Yu said coldly. The Time Master's hand trembled. She put down the crystal with a gloomy face and raised her old eyes to stare at Su Yu. Don't you want to save Xia Xiaoya? She is devoted to you. The Time Master's eyelids twitched slightly. Su Yu nodded. I do, but you won't tell me how to save it. He knew the Time Sovereign too well, a person who was full of hatred for him, a person who was good at scheming. Would she really tell him everything 10 years later? No. If he gave in now, he would only be falling into his trap for nothing. Think about it carefully. There aren't many people who can tell me the method to save you. The Time Sovereign stood up and threatened. Su Yu said indifferently, It's fine as long as you're not the only one who knows. I will find someone else. Shua, the 9-colored light on his body, instantly shone brightly. The half-truth world was illuminated by colorful light. Forced into a dead end, the Time Dominus roared in anger. Human, must you insist on a life and death struggle? Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Future river of time. Crash! A long river suddenly appeared and engulfed the entire half-truth world. The Time Ruler, who was already weak and pale, immediately solidified a bit, and her strength clearly increased. Su Yu! Don't think that you are invincible just because you have the sacred body of a mortal. You will never be able to imagine the true power of my time realm. The Time Sovereign roared. The whole long river trembled violently. Future annihilation. The Time Ruler stepped on the long river of time. With a dull sound, Su Yu's future incarnation appeared, covered in blood. The ghastly wounds indicated that the future incarnation was on the verge of death. Be careful. He will launch fatal attacks on you in the future. Kill him quickly, the future incarnation said. In the long river below, a shocking wave suddenly appeared and engulfed the future incarnation. If a person's future was destroyed, when he reached that point in the future, he would naturally die. Don't you want to kill me? Then let's perish together, the Time Ruler roared. Su Yu's face was calm, and he said lightly, perish together? You are not qualified. Break. His figure turned into a long rainbow and instantly passed through the body of the Time Ruler. The power of the sacred body of a mortal immediately turned into a scorching flame. It began to burn from the inside out. The Time Ruler immediately screamed. But in the raging fire, the old face was full of hatred and a hideous smile. I advise you to withdraw the power of the sacred body of a mortal immediately. Su Yu turned his back to him and said lightly, "Why?" "The reason?" The Time Ruler sneered. "If I die, my bloodline descendants will also die. I think you must have given all the bloodline descendants of the Time Ruler to that girl Xinyu, right? If you contact her now, you will find that her body is also beginning to burn." The Time Ruler and his descendants were connected by blood. He was under the destructive attack of the sacred body of a mortal, and so was his bloodline. He could imagine what would happen to those who obtain the bloodline of the Time Ruler. This was the last resort of the Time Ruler. He would not use it until the last moment. However, to his surprise, Su Yu did not panic at all. Instead, he took out the bloodline of the Time Ruler calmly. At this moment, the bloodline was burning. Su Yu pressed his palm lightly, and the burning power of the sacred body of a mortal was extinguished. "Are you talking about this?" Su Yu said lightly. The Time Ruler turned around, widened his old eyes, and said incredulously, You didn't give it to others, and you didn't absorb it yourself? How could this be? Who could resist the temptation of the bloodline of the Time Ruler? Moreover, this was the entire bloodline of his descendants. Once obtained, it would be a Yuan realm. 10 years had passed, and no one had refined it. Su Yu turned around and looked at him coldly. "So you can rest in peace." The flames on the Time Ruler's body suddenly soared. Amidst the pain, he let out an unwilling roar. "No, no. I am the Time Ruler, the Eternal Ruler. I will not die, I will not die." In the roar, the Time Ruler was burned into a mass of nothingness. Only some crystal-clear crystals were left. Su Yu grabbed it with an indifferent look on his face. The essence of time, the most precious thing in the life of the Time Ruler, full of his lifelong understanding of the time domain. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and the future incarnation appeared. The incarnation was dying and said weakly, "If I had been a little later, I would have been finished." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. "Is the future me too weak?" He touched it with his palm and healed its injury. The future incarnation was immediately full of vigor, and said bitterly, "You don't know, this old guy prepared an extremely powerful thing in the future. I am lucky to be alive." "Oh." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Time Ruler repeatedly asked for another 10 years. Chapter 27-22. He looked around. Su Yu fixed his gaze on the Dead Space Master. To be exact, it was the throne he was sitting on. He moved the Space Dominus corpse away. His body, which was already rotten beyond repair, immediately turned into dust and fell to the ground. The throne beneath him was revealed. Only now did he realize that there was a pitch-black sickle under the throne. "That's it." The future incarnation revealed a look of wariness. "Really?" Su Yu picked up the scythe and imbued it with his mysterious Tao energy. After it was used, the black scythe drew a pitch-black arc in the air. But that was all. The power of the arc was comparable to that of an ordinary Tao artifact. It didn't seem all that powerful. However, how could this item be suppressed by the space dominator under his throne? Moreover, his future self had almost died under the scythe. There was no need to think about it to know how terrifying it was. No, when the Time Sovereign uses it, the scythe will change shape. It's not like this. The future incarnation shook its head. Su Yu pondered as he stared at the throne. After a moment of contemplation, he kicked the throne over. Sweeping his gaze over, he saw a line of words at the bottom of the throne. "Scythe of myriad tribulations." That should be Black Sickle's name. What followed next was the specific method to use it. After reading it, Su Yu murmured, "No wonder the power of the mysterious path doesn't work. It turns out that it requires the bloodline of the ruler." He glanced at the Time Sovereign's bloodline and said, "Stand guard for me." The future incarnation had an expectant look on its face. "It will naturally be much safer in your hands. Go ahead and refine it." Su Yu sat down cross-legged and began to integrate the bloodline of the Time Ruler with anticipation. As soon as the bloodline entered his body, Suyu immediately absorbed the endless, pure time realm from it. His domain continued to grow. 1 month later, his domain had finally broken through the intermediate level and reached the advanced level. Unfortunately, he had only absorbed 10% of the sovereign Lord's blood. He calmed his heart. Suyu continued. After October, the blood of the time sovereign faded away. Suyu's body was surrounded by an unprecedentedly powerful time domain. Past incarnation. Whoosh, another Suyu appeared. His cultivation was only at the Nirvana realm. That was him 10 years ago. Present body, past body, future body. All 3 bodies were present. At the same time, the time around Suyu was changing at an alarming speed. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down, and sometimes it froze. It was as if they obeyed Suyu's commands at all times. "Hourglass of time," he said softly. The time domain around him instantly expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire space. An hourglass suddenly appeared above the heads of all living beings. That was something that the beings in the time domain had once possessed, haunting them for generations, until the time sovereign perished. Now, it had reappeared above the heads of the beings in the spatial domain. What's going on? The beings of the space domain were all shocked. Fallen soul slope, the expression of the Phoenix King, who was sitting on a skeleton, darkened. The time ruler has been resurrected. Or is it the birth of a new ruler of time? The answer was naturally the latter. How troublesome. Phoenix King was slightly annoyed. She had been waiting for the space ruler to die before she dared to take over. As a result, right after the space dominus died, a new time dominus appeared. However, the situation is already over. So what if the time sovereign is born? It won't change the situation. Currently in the space domain, it had already been covered by the surging corpse race army. Most of the living beings had been transformed by the corpse race in just a year. Only a few were chased to the time domain and hid. Moreover, the corpse race army didn't stop. There were no 2 ways. They attacked the broken time domain and soul domain. No one had expected that the corpse race, which had been neglected, would become so powerful in the chaos. They had accomplished what the holy demon had wanted to do in the past. Come with me. We'll meet the new time ruler. Under the control of the Phoenix King, a total of 20 skeletons at the level of the heaven law charged toward the divine city. Swoosh, however, just as they were about to leave, a golden palanquin stopped the Phoenix King without any warning. The Phoenix King's expression froze. Without thinking, he used the skeleton of the heaven law to attack. However, the attack of the skeleton of the heaven law couldn't even break 3 feet of the golden sedan. There was a faint layer of ripples around the sedan that easily blocked the skeleton. "Stupid corpse race," a young woman sighed from the golden sedan. As soon as she said that, the ripples suddenly rebounded. Instantly, the skeleton of the heaven law was smashed into dust. It didn't even have the power to resist. The strangest thing was that the Phoenix King was unscathed under such a fierce attack. The other party's control of power was extremely precise. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the Phoenix King's forehead. What kind of existence was in front of him? The Phoenix King braced himself and said, "Your Excellency, what can I do for you?" The other party didn't seem to have any obvious malice. Otherwise, she would have been dead after that attack. The person in the golden sedan said slowly, "You control the power of the corpse race, but your vision is limited to one domain. Your shallowness is beyond my imagination." Hearing that, the Phoenix King was moved. The corpse race only has a large number, but they don't have an advantage in actual combat power. How sad. You don't even understand the corpse race that you control. As soon as he said that, a very ordinary corpse race member flew into the air. The corpse race member struggled. Then his body kept expanding and finally exploded. However, The power of an ordinary corpse race member's explosion was extremely terrifying. It wasn't inferior to the attack of a peak Earth Law Lord at all. The space was shattered, revealing the defensive array. Even the array had a crack. The Phoenix King took a deep breath. She had no idea that the self-destruction of these corpse race members could be so powerful. The space domain is the ancient god Jin Xian's god domain. After he self-destructed, the essence of his body was integrated into the land of the god domain. The person in the sedan continued, the corpse race born here has more or less absorbed some of the essence. If the essence had been used properly, how could it have self-destructed just now? The Phoenix King was excited. If that was the case, with these invincible corpse race members, the entire 8-star civilization would be shrouded in fear. Thank you for your guidance. May I know who you are? The Phoenix King was very curious about the other party's identity. Why would the other party help her? Someone who will help you. The person in the sedan hid his identity. After saying that, he said, there is one person you need to pay attention to. I suggest you get rid of him first. Who? Su Yu. He will be a great enemy that will hinder you. The Phoenix King's eyes became fierce. Even without the person in the sedan mentioning him, she had no intention of letting Su Yu go. I know. I will find this person. Chapter 27-23. The Phoenix King frowned, not understanding what he meant. Don't you know why Su Yu died once? The person in the sedan asked. The Phoenix King immediately understood. Su Yu's wife and children were his weakness. Su Yu was invincible in a face-to-face battle, but his wife and children were very weak. Back then, it was precisely because the Time Sovereign had controlled his daughter that he had been forced to dig out his own heart. Why not follow suit now? The Phoenix King's eyes lit up. That's right, this method might be more reliable. Thank you for your guidance. I know what to do now. The person in the palanquin smiled. Then farewell. The golden palanquin immediately disappeared into thin air. The Phoenix King's expression sank. Who is this person? Does he have a grudge against Su Yu? She was not stupid. She understood that her opponent was using her to deal with Su Yu. He even wanted to use her to occupy the entire 8-star civilization. After pausing for a moment, she took out a scepter and said, Let's go to the Divine City. There was no hurry to get rid of Su Yu. He had to occupy the space domain first. Hordes of corpse race clansmen charged towards the Divine City. At that time, in the half-true world, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. His domain had reached the yuan level as he wished, and he had cultivated his time domain to the extreme. Now he even had a very strange feeling. He could control the life and death of all living beings. As long as he was willing, he could deprive all living beings of their time at any time. The most amazing thing was he felt a sense of detachment that he had never felt before. It was like jumping from the perspective of an ant to the perspective of a human. Moreover, he could faintly sense some hidden existences that he had never felt before. For example, the East. He felt an extremely powerful force that was not inferior to any of the other domains. That should be the heavenly court, right? Apart from that, he looked outside the defensive formation. He could vaguely sense an abyss-like existence. He didn't know what that place was. Yuan level time realm. Su Yu clenched his fists and sighed. Time was the first thing he touched. After so many years, he was the first to reach Yuan realm. It could be considered a kind of fate. Suddenly, he received a message from Xiangwan. When she opened it, it was full of Yu Xiangwan's urging. Quick, come. I can't hold on any longer. Su Yu put away the message and left the half-real world immediately. Just as he retreated, an extremely powerful explosion erupted around him. Su Yu was caught off guard and was almost injured by the explosion. Fortunately, he activated his elemental domain and froze time. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw a group of frozen corpse race cultivators charging over, lying in ambush. Except for one that had already self-detonated, The rest were all in the process of self-detonation. Su Yu was speechless. These corpses! He grabbed one that was about to explode and observed it carefully. He discovered that there was a strange energy flickering in their bodies. This is the aura of the ancient god Golden Mysteries fragment. Su Yu recognized it and asked in surprise. After that, he checked another batch of corpse race, and they were all the same. It's no wonder that the explosion is so terrifying. It's igniting the essence of the ancient god gold mystery. Su Yu suddenly understood. He lifted his eyes and looked over. The entire divine city was already densely packed with the corpse race. Only a small number of living beings relied on the formations of the pavilions to struggle at death's door. However, when encountering the corpse race that could self-destruct, these resistants were very helpless. He walked in time, looking for Yu Xiangwan. Finally, in a certain cavern world, he saw Yu Xiangwan and a group of people trying their best to resist the zombies. So you could not help but laugh. The leader of the corpse race was just a small fry resisting the corpse race. With a flick of his sleeve, Yu Xiangwan and a group of people were all taken away. It was not until he left the divine city that the time freeze was lifted. Boom! Boom! The entire divine city erupted with the sound of dense explosions. The once glorious divine city was instantly plunged into a sea of fire and blown into ruins. Su Yu released a group of living beings. They were at a loss. If he remembered correctly, weren't they still resisting the corpse race? How did they end up in a safe place outside the city? Su Yu said lightly, "Seek your own way out." Only then did they understand that they were indebted to Su Yu for saving them. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." A group of people thanked him one after another and fled in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief, but she was puzzled. What happened just now? Su Yu had no time to explain and said, "Let's leave first. The space domain is too dangerous. I think the backup plan left by the Space Master may need to come true." Seeing the power of the corpse race's self-destruction, Su Yu had already realized the purpose of the Space Master allowing Yu Xiangwan to cultivate the corpse race. However, just as they were about to leave, the people who had already fled rushed back one after another, their faces full of despair. It's over. There's nowhere to run. A living being's eyes were full of bitterness. Su Yu looked into the distance and saw a group of black zombies surrounding them like a black tide. Among them, the skeletons of 20 Heaven Law Masters were particularly conspicuous. On one of the skeletons stood a middle-aged woman in a golden dress. Phoenix King. When he sent his troops to the Divine City, he happened to encounter a few fish that had escaped the net. "Oh, Su Yu, Yu Xiangwan, you are both here?" Phoenix King commanded the corpse race army to rush over. She was surprised to find that Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were surrounded and couldn't help but laugh. It was too unexpected. She thought that Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan had escaped far away. In the end, they actually met here. Yu Xiangwan's face was as calm as still water. She said, "Phoenix King, enough is enough." The corpse race he created were all made of dead people. However, Phoenix King was different. He commanded the corpse race to commit all kinds of evil, transforming all the creatures in the entire region into the corpse race. He caused a devastating disaster to the creatures. "You think you can teach me a lesson?" Phoenix King laughed coldly. "I advise you to come back to my side obediently. That way, you may be able to live a more dignified life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." At most, he would kill Yu Xiangwan. Since he couldn't control this hidden danger, he could only destroy it. "That depends on your ability." Yu Xiangwan was not afraid. Her eyes were azure blue. Phoenix King didn't care. "You are just a fallen phoenix. Who do you think you can scare?" Seeing that Yu Xiangwan was unwilling to die, Phoenix King made up his mind. "Get rid of them. Leave no one alive." Suddenly, a group of zombies surrounded them. Without exception, all of them chose to self-destruct. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Freeze! As soon as he said that, the whole time fell into a frozen state. He brought a group of people with him and came in front of Phoenix King. This person could be killed or not. However, the corpse ancestor ancient divine artifact on her must be taken away. Just as Su Yu was about to take the scepter from her hand, suddenly, the black crystal on the scepter emitted a wave of fluctuation. Phoenix King, who was holding the scepter, forcibly broke free from the frozen time. When he found that Su Yu had snatched the scepter, he immediately took it back and retreated quickly. Chapter 27-24. If it had been any later, Su Yu would have succeeded. Humph! The Phoenix King suddenly let out a shrill, ear-piercing sound wave. The sound wave swept over and pushed Su Yu away. She held the scepter in her hand and smashed it, freezing the nearby space and shattering it. The zombies were freed and once again rushed over in a self-destructing manner. The Phoenix King retreated to the back, sitting steadily on the skeleton of the Master of the Heavenly Law, looking down from above. Haha, human, accept your fate. You can't beat me. Su Yu was about to use time freeze again. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The backup plan, left by the space ruler, had been activated. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu grabbed Xiangwan and the other creatures and used the space domain and the Yuan level time domain to leave. How vast was the entire space domain? It would take at least a few months or even a few years to cross it. However, in just a few breaths, he had successfully escaped and arrived at the time domain. The Phoenix King sneered. Mastering the time domain only has this much courage? You really look down on me. Without any hidden dangers, the Phoenix King led the zombies towards the Divine City. The space domain is ours. The Phoenix King arrived in the city under the welcome of countless zombies. As soon as they entered, an unexpected scene appeared. The bodies of all the zombies seemed to have some kind of preset mechanism, and they began to burn at the same time. The Master of the Heavenly Law corpse under the feet of the Phoenix King was no exception. There was a loud, rumbling sound. A member of the corpse race exploded uncontrollably in the raging flames. Then a second, a third, a fourth, even the skeleton of the Master of the Heavenly Law under the feet of the Phoenix King exploded. The power of the explosion of the Master of the Heavenly Law skeleton was unimaginable. The Phoenix King was blown to pieces on the spot. Only a golden soul was left, holding the scepter and fleeing. However, what made the Phoenix King shudder was that the zombies in the entire space domain began to explode wildly. Their souls had nowhere to escape. As the entire space domain shattered, they turned into dust. At the border of the time domain, Xiangwan stared at the space domain in shock. In an instant, the space domain had completely sunk into nothingness. The so-called sinking of the divine land probably referred to what was happening right now. The most terrifying thing was the defensive formation outside the space domain was completely blown up. At a glance, it was like a bottomless pit. This was because a portion of the corpse race had chased them all the way to the time domain. The area around Shiming City in the time domain had also sunk into oblivion because of the explosion of the corpse race. Su Yu said, "Brother Yu, you lead the people to deal with the time domain. I'll go there first." He once again activated his time and space domain, returning to the sky above the Divine City in an instant. Where was the shadow of the God City? There was only nothingness. Even the defensive array formation was nowhere to be seen. It had been completely destroyed. The space dominus destruction is really thorough. At this moment, the reason why the space dominus had allowed the corpse race to grow so rapidly had already surfaced. He would make use of their self-destruction to destroy the spatial domain and the outer realm's defensive formation. Now it seemed that she had been too successful. Su Yu sighed softly. Then he searched carefully and finally found a black scepter floating quietly in the void. A trace of the Phoenix King's consciousness remained on it. I didn't lose, I didn't. That wisp of consciousness wrapped around the scepter unwillingly. He refused to give up. Rest in peace. Su Yu wiped his finger, completely erasing the remnant consciousness. He held the scepter and was about to return. A voice suddenly sounded in Su Yu's mind. The soul domain has also been affected. Can I go and have a look now? It was the soul dominus. Su Yu had not forgotten his agreement with the soul dominus. He had received pointers from the soul dominus and had been given a soul emperor robe. In return, Su Yu had brought the soul dominus back to the soul domain. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. Okay. Su Yu used the time and space domain and stepped into the soul domain. He pondered. If the soul dominus was here, then who is in charge of the soul domain? The descendant of the master? As he pondered, he had reached the soul domain in a few breaths. As soon as he entered the soul domain, a moon appeared on his forehead. That was the soul domain's restraint on living creatures, the moon of souls. With just a thought from the master, the souls of the living creatures under his control would be completely destroyed in a short time. The place where they were was a void. It had been blown up by the corpse race. The smell of blood was everywhere, and waves of wailing lingered in their ears. Swoosh! Their arrival naturally attracted the attention of the border army. Go back! An early-stage road master who was holding a doctrine artifact berated in a stern voice. The current ruler of the soul domain had not perished yet. Therefore, the order had not collapsed yet. When they discovered the invasion of the corpse race, the border army reacted very quickly and immediately resisted the corpse race. Now that they suddenly noticed Su Yu's arrival, they ordered him to go back. Su Yu looked at them and said, I have fulfilled my promise, right? The original promise was to bring him back to the soul domain. He had never mentioned where he would go in the soul domain. Yes. The soul dominus gazed at the familiar hometown, his voice trembling slightly. However, if you can send me to see someone, maybe I can help you with something else. Su Yu clicked his tongue and muttered, Why don't I find it strange? That favor, you must be very eager. Su Yu said without hesitation, Tell me about it first. The soul dominus said, Don't you want to know how to save people from the world of returning ruins? Su Yu's pupils shrank. A helpless smile flashed across his lips. I knew you were talking about this. Although the soul dominus rarely spoke, he had always been by Su Yu's side. The time dominus knew almost all of his secrets. Okay, I can take you there. Su Yu paused. However, I want to ask you something. Is your goal also to destroy the soul domain and the defensive formation outside? So far, it seemed like the ultimate goal of the rulers was surprisingly the same. No, the soul dominus's tone became even more complicated. What right does an abandoned ruler have to participate in this? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. What exactly did the rulers want to participate in? Each of them had exerted all their strength, determined to destroy the domain. Even in death, they were still persistent. Did you hear that? Step back, the general berated. Su Yu smiled faintly and used the space domain to barge in. The general's expression changed slightly. He immediately crushed a communication talisman and said, A descendant of the space master has intruded. Master, please give me your orders. In a certain army tent in the soul domain, a young man was staring thoughtfully at the message. A fish that escaped the net? The so-called master was a young human. Chapter 27-25. Track down his whereabouts immediately. Once you find him, kill him on the spot, the young man ordered calmly. After a few breaths in front of a cemetery, the cemetery was very old and extremely dilapidated. Many tombstones had collapsed and fallen into the swamp. From the looks of it, it should be a mortal graveyard. This is it, the soul god said. Su Yu was surprised. He thought the soul god had come to seek revenge. He didn't expect it to be a cemetery. Crash! An old man's figure was formed. His aged eyes were filled with deep and complex emotions as he strode into the cemetery. Finally, he arrived in front of a grave with only half a tombstone left. The grave was covered with withered grass. It was obviously a wild grave that no one had taken care of. The word wife was left on the tombstone. Hong I'm back. The soul god knelt in front of the grave and called out in a voice that made people tremble. 100,000 years have passed. I'm finally back, the soul god murmured. Su Yu was slightly surprised when he saw this. What was the relationship between the soul god and a mortal? Swoosh! A soul fluctuation flickered in the lonely grave. The soul of a good-looking, middle-aged woman floated out of the grave. Around her neck was a string of glittering and translucent necklaces. Su Yu was no stranger to it. It was the bloodline of the ruler. Because of this, the woman's mortal soul could exist for 100,000 years. The woman opened her eyes slowly. When she saw the soul god in front of her, she was confused and stunned at first, then gradually shocked. Wu Lang. The woman stepped forward in disbelief and looked at the soul god. Oh, I'm old. You almost couldn't recognize me, the soul god said in a hoarse voice. There were tears in his eyes. The woman cried tears of joy and threw herself into the arms of the soul god. Wu Lang. Su Yu turned around silently. It turned out that the soul god had come back from thousands of miles to reunite with the soul of his lover. Feeling the joy of his teammates, Su Yu felt out of place. He said in a low voice, "The mission is completed. I'll go first." All of a sudden, Su Yu raised his eyes. He stared at the distant sky. There was a strange golden color at the end of the sky. Moreover, the golden color was approaching rapidly. The soul dominator's eyes narrowed, and a trace of killing intent reverberated in his eyes. How persistent! He looked at Su Yu and said, "You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be implicated." The soul dominator should be aware of Su Yu's true strength. If he activated his sacred mortal body, he probably wouldn't need to fear any ruler. However, the soul dominator told him to leave. It was obvious that this was not normal. Su Yu took a step forward and immediately used the space domain to leave. However, it was clear that the space domain had already been displayed. With this step, he returned to his original position. "Sai, it's too late." The soul dominator sighed deeply. He looked at the approaching golden light and said with a serious expression, "Prepare to fight to the death." Su Yu tried using the space domain several times and found that it was the same. No matter which direction he went, he would always return to the same place. Unless his opponent's space domain was far stronger than his, they would be able to secretly change his space traversal. However, such a person should not exist. After pondering for a while, Su Yu suddenly understood. It wasn't his domain that was being controlled. It was his soul. His soul was bewitched, self-righteous, stride in a certain direction. In fact, it was spinning in circles. Was there any need to explain the identity of a person who could use the soul to such an extent? Haha, isn't this the loser from back then? Why is he back again? As the golden light approached, a figure in golden armor led countless strong men at the peak of the Roadmaster level, and a great army pressed down. The Martial Path Temple. The Time Dominator's eyes were filled with hatred. The golden-armored man stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the Time Dominator. "Death Abyss, return that thing. You've held it long enough." It turned out that the Soul Dominator's name was Death Abyss. "I don't know what you're talking about," the Soul Dominator said calmly. The golden-armored man's face was cold. "I never let anyone touch your wife's grave because I knew that one day you would come back. So, how about we be honest with each other? Today, Death Abyss could not leave. He had to hand over what he wanted. Didn't you take that thing when you usurped the throne?" the Soul Dominator asked. The golden-armored man said coldly, "Old thing, I'm giving you a chance. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The Soul Dominator laughed. Unfilial thing. I should have crushed you to death when you were born. The relationship between the two was actually father and son. Back then, you took advantage of me going to the ultimate ruins to rescue your mother and destroyed my soul. Now you're still so overbearing? The Soul Dominator said. Su Yu's heart palpitated. Han Yang had once returned to the ultimate ruins, but the Soul Dominator had forcibly found her from the ultimate ruins. The Martial Path Temple said indifferently, so what? It's better than dying in the destruction of the era, right? He was gradually losing his patience. Death Abyss, don't be so long-winded. Hand over the bronze plate of the heaven sun, gazing at air. Su Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. That's not right. The Soul Dominator had once said that the bronze plate that Su Yu had obtained was actually an illusory object created with a single thought. But why did the Martial Path Temple say that the bronze plate really existed? You don't have the right to have it. The Death Abyss held Hong Yang's soul. The Martial Path Temple's eyes gradually sharpened. Guards, invite our former Soul Dominator back, and let him enjoy the punishment that I have meticulously designed for him for thousands of years. For the bronze plate, he would do anything. Evil creature, do you think you can do it? The Soul Dominator laughed coldly, and a frenzied gale erupted from within his soul. The gale swept through the heavens and the earth, blowing the souls of everyone present out of their bodies. Only the Martial Path Temple and Su Yu, who was wearing the Soul Emperor robe, could keep their souls at ease. Old thing, you're so stubborn. The Martial Path Temple held a long spear in his hand and thrust it through the air. Tens of thousands of piercing lights rained down like a raging storm. Not only did it break the soul storm, but it also struck a person's body. With a painful groan, the Death Abyss's soul body, which was not very solid in the first place, was immediately riddled with holes of various sizes. Old thing, are you going to hand it over or not? The Martial Path Temple berated, but suddenly his body stiffened. Lowering his head, he discovered that his feet were tightly bound by a shadow, causing him to be unable to move. The source of the shadow was none other than the Death Abyss. It turned out that although he appeared to be conversing with the Death Abyss, he was actually stalling for time so that he could use the soul shadow technique. Evil creature, you haven't learned everything that I have, the Time Dominator bellowed. The shadow left his body and enveloped the entire Martial Path Temple.